Chapter 2097. Yi Xian suddenly came to an understanding when he heard Di Ming. They didn't want to spar with Big Brother at all, and their target was actually Yi Xian. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and smiled. I don't quite understand. This should be the first time we've met, so why are they targeting me? He waved the sword in his hand. Is it because of this sword? Di Ming smiled. Just one of the reasons. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What else? Di Ming gazed at Yi Xian. And that strand of sword energy you just withdrew. Big Brother's sword energy. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. So that's why. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Xian. Miss Zhou Xian, I'm their target. You should leave first. Zhou Xian thought for a moment and shook her head. That strand of sword energy isn't enough to kill him, because he won't resist it on his own. Yi Xian smiled. I know. Since he dares to target me, then he's definitely confident in his ability to deal with my Big Brother's sword energy. Miss Zhou Xian, you should leave. Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment, and then she walked slowly over to Yi Xian and looked Yi Xian in the eyes. Are we friends? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, No, I don't think so. Zhou Xian turned around and left without any hesitation. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Yes. In my heart, Miss Zhou Xian has been a friend for a long time. Zhou Xian stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. You perform first, and I'll take you away if you're no match for them. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss Zhou Xian, you have to think this through. They have 49 life realm experts. Zhou Xian thought for a moment and said, Then you fight first, and I'll decide based on the situation. Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard that. Is that even possible? Meanwhile, Di Ming spoke abruptly. Let's not waste any more time. All right? Yi Xian smiled. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm suddenly opened up, and a strand of sword chi suddenly slashed out. It was Big Brother's sword chi. As soon as the sword energy appeared, the expressions of Di Ming and the others changed drastically. They were already the strongest experts in this world. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that could make them feel threatened. However, along with the appearance of this strand of sword chi, the expressions of all the profound life stage experts changed drastically. That included Di Ming. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. As soon as Yi Xian released the sword chi, Di Ming suddenly opened his right hand, and a little wooden man appeared in his hand. The next moment, the little wooden man transformed into a warrior over 100 feet tall, clad in black armor. The armored warrior held a giant blade in his hand. The armored warrior suddenly took a step forward. When this step landed, the heavens and earth shattered. The entire emperor's tomb began to crumble. At this time, the armored warrior held his sword with both hands and slashed down. The heavens and the earth split apart as soon as this attack descended. In an instant, the space in an area of a few million kilometers had been transformed into a huge net. Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! What's that? Why does it feel even stronger than a profound life realm expert? Even Yi Xian felt like his Big Brother's sword chi would probably be slashed into pieces when that attack descended. However, the blade had just come into contact with the sword chi when it instantly split apart, and then the sword chi pierced through the giant's chest. Bang! The giant's figure shook violently, and then it transformed into countless pieces that exploded apart. It was gone, but that strand of sword chi was still there. It shot straight towards Di Ming in the distance. Di Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Formation! Formation! He'd just finished speaking when a dragon throne suddenly appeared in front of him, and then an enormous golden dragon swept out from within it. The golden dragon roared as it collided with the sword chi. When it approached the strand of sword chi, the enormous golden dragon directly opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the strand of sword chi. A moment later, bang! The enormous golden dragon shook violently, and then it let out a sorrowful wail before it shattered into countless pieces. The sword chi shot forward and arrived in front of Di Ming. Di Ming pressed his fingers together and pointed at the sword chi. Bang! Di Ming's body trembled, and then he vanished at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. However, the sword chi vanished along with him. After all, It was just a strand of sword chi that he'd left behind casually. And it was a consumable. If he'd left a strand of sword chi behind on purpose, it would definitely not have vanished. Di Ming's body became more and more illusory, but his expression was extremely calm. Yi Xian looked at Di Ming with a slight frown, and he felt that something was off. It didn't take long for Di Ming to vanish completely. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. I never expected that the sword chi he left behind would be so strong. How surprising. Yi Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, a man was walking towards him slowly. It was Di Ming. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A clone. Di Ming nodded slightly. That was my clone. A clone. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian. Your only trump card is gone. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and another strand of sword chi appeared in his palm. It was the green-robed man's sword chi. Di Ming's expression froze when he saw this strand of sword chi. Yi Xian looked at Di Ming and smiled. I still have more. The one just now is my big brother's, and this one is my father's. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian, and his face darkened. Damn it! Had he run into a rich second generation? Yi Xian looked at Di Ming. Is this also a clone? Di Ming was silent. He'd sacrificed too much to use up the swordsman's sword chi. Both the giant and the throne were the most precious treasures of the Shangqiu kingdom. Especially that avatar of his. He had cultivated for nearly 10 million years before he could cultivate it. However, it was all destroyed by that strand of sword chi. And now, Yi Xian still had a strand of sword chi in his hand. Di Ming's face darkened. Yi Xian smiled. Do you still want to fight? Di Ming looked at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian smiled. Then I'm leaving. Di Ming nodded. All right. Yi Xian turned to Zhou Xian. Let's go. Zhou Xian nodded. The two turned and left. Di Ming suddenly said, Kid, do you want to work with me? Yi Xian turned to Di Ming. Work with you. Di Ming nodded. I know of an ancient secret land, and there's a divine item called the Book of the Universe. Are you interested? Yi Xian frowned. The Book of the Universe? At this moment, Zhou Xian suddenly said in a deep voice, Book of the Universe. Yi Xian turned to Zhou Xian. What's that? Zhou Xian was silent for a moment, then said, The Book of Origin of Martial Arts in our metaverse, a legendary existence. Then she looked at Di Ming. You're already above the life mystic realm. Why do you care about the Book of the Universe? Di Ming shook his head. It's not that I'm not above the life mystic realm. I've just reached the limit of the life mystic realm. If I want to go further, I have to find the Book of the Universe. Yi Xian suddenly said, Why are you so obsessed with the realm? Di Ming and Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said seriously, Don't you know that having no realm is the highest realm? Di Ming stared at Yi Xian. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian said seriously, The real experts have no realm. Look at me, I have no realm. Di Ming frowned. Are you strong? Yi Xian. Di Ming added. And it's not that you have no realm, it's just that your realm is too low. At such a young age, you don't learn the right things. You only know how to bluff people. You would have died 100 times if you didn't have someone to back you up. Yi Xian said calmly. You and I are not from the same generation. Do you dare to lower your realm to fight me? Di Ming asked. My strength came from my own cultivation. Why should I lower my realm to fight you? Why should I lower my realm to fight you? Then he looked at Yi Xian and said, I'll say it again. Without your father and brother, you are nothing. Then he pointed at Zhou Xian. And her, why is she with you? Why does she want to go through thick and thin with you? Do you think she likes you? No, she likes the person behind you. She wants to build a good relationship with you. But you think she likes you? If you don't have someone to back you up, she won't even look you in the eye. Zhou Xian suddenly said, You're wrong. Di Ming looked at Zhou Xian. What, you want to be hypocritical too? Zhou Xian shook his head. I feel that what you said is wrong. Firstly, have you been relying on your own cultivation up till now? If I'm not wrong, you were born into the royal family and had access to countless resources in the Shangqiu kingdom, right? Di Ming looked at Zhou Xian and said nothing. Zhou Xian continued, Me too. I'm talented. But if I wasn't born into the Zhou clan, I wouldn't be where I am today. You and I are both protected by our ancestors. What right do you have to say that he relies on his father and brother? Then she shook her head and said, and one more thing. You and he are not from the same generation. If you were his age, I believe you wouldn't be as strong as he is. You are an old monster who has lived for countless years. Comparing yourself to a young man is unfair. Not only is it unfair, but it's also shameful. Anyone with a shameful heart would not do such a thing. Di Ming narrowed his eyes and looked unfriendly. Zhou Xian ignored Di Ming and said, if you're really strong, if you really have the guts, you could go to his brother or his father. But you don't dare. You can't even block a strand of sword chi left by his brother. That means you are not at the same level as his brother and his father. That's why you want to work with him. Why? Because you don't dare to force yourself on him. But you're not satisfied either. Because you think that if he didn't have his brother and father, you could kill him with one slap. Unfortunately, he has it. Then she looked at Yi Xian. You have an invincible sister, right? Yi Xian nodded honestly. But I've never relied on them. I've relied on my own hard work to get where I am today. Zhou Xian walked to Yi Xian and said softly, if you keep acting like this, I won't be able to cover up for you. I've never said anything that goes against my heart in my life. Don't make things difficult for me. Okay. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2098. Di Ming stared at Yi Xian and Zhou Xian with a gloomy face. He was not happy with Yi Xian, but after witnessing the power of the sword chi, he did not dare to attack Yi Xian again. A single sword chi was already so powerful. How powerful would the real sword chi be? It was not something that Di Ming could fight against. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Xian, let's go. Miss Xian. Because of what had just happened, the two of them had become closer. Zhou Xian only threw Yi Xian a glance, and did not say anything about the way he addressed him. They left. Di Ming suddenly asked, don't you want the Book of the Universe? Yi Xian turned to Di Ming and said, Swordsman, a sword is enough. Why would I want the Book of the Universe? All external objects are obstacles to me. You don't want anything? Di Ming stared at Yi Xian. Then why do you use the sword in your hand? Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. Do you think I use it because it is a legendary sword? No, I use it because I Qing made it. I don't care about its special power. I care about Qing friendship with me. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Xian. Do you believe what I said? Zhou Xian blinked. Do I? One question, two answers. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I do. Zhou Xian nodded. I believe you. You are a genius, a swordsman, and you come from a prestigious family. Why would you lie? Yi Xian approached Zhou Xian and asked softly, are you lying? Zhou Xian blinked. His eyes were big and bright. It's okay. I think I am getting used to it. Yi Xian was speechless. Inside Yi Xian's body, Xiaota sighed. Young master finally met someone who was willing to act cool with him. Di Ming suddenly said, young man, I hope you don't act on impulse. If you don't know how precious the Book of the Universe is, you can ask the lady beside you. Yi Xian turned to Di Ming and asked, who created the Book of the Universe? Di Ming frowned. Why do you ask? Yi Xian smiled and said, can the person who created the Book of the Universe take a blow from my big brother? Di Ming narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He turned around and left with Zhou Xian. Di Ming didn't say anything else. At this moment, an old man appeared next to Di Ming. The old man looked at Yi Xian and Di Ming as they left and said in a low voice, we can enter that universe without him. Di Ming shook his head. The price is too high. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and said softly, the sword in his hand can restrain space-time. With that sword, we can enter without sacrificing anyone. The old man said in a deep voice, this young man is like an immortal. I've interacted with him a lot. I'm afraid you'll die of anger. Di Ming said after a moment of silence, he will compromise. The Book of the Universe. He had sacrificed the people of Shangqiu because they had found the Book of the Universe. However, Shangqiu was not strong enough to enter the universe at that time. In the end, they had decided to sacrifice the people of Shangqiu and focus all their resources on them. They had used all their strength to improve these 49 people. And their goal was Ian spacetime. When he woke up just now, he was surprised to find that the sword in Yi Xian's hand could restrain spacetime. Could this sword break through the power of spacetime in the universe? In his opinion, there was a good chance that it could, because the person behind Yi Xian was very strong. On the other side, Yi Xian and Zhou Xian returned to the Zhou clan. Once there, Yi Xian went into seclusion. Yi Xian sat on the ground with his eyes closed. He sat like this for a few days. Over the past few days he didn't cultivate. He just sat there. Xiaota could not help but ask, "Young master, are you upset?" Yi Xian shook his head. Xiaota hesitated and said, "Young master, don't worry about what Di Ming said. We can go back to the 5th dimension, or the Green City to gain some confidence." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said, "It's normal that you can't handle it." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Lil Tower, I think Di Ming is right about one thing. To be honest, without Dad and Qing, I am nothing." As he spoke, he laughed bitterly. "All along the way, I've always said that I don't want to rely too much on Qing and father. However, the truth is that it's Qing and father that help me deal with my problems most of the time." Lil Pagoda said, "There are also some good karma. Those good karma are actually Master and Big Sister Tianming. For example, Big Sister Zhou Xian. The reason why she is helping Young Master is probably because she likes the people behind Young Master, and not because of Young Master yourself." Yi Xian nodded. "That should be it." Xiaota said, "Be confident and remove the should." Yi Xian, Xiaota continued, "There is another problem. Young Master, your current strength is built on the green profound sword. Without it, your strength will decrease by at least half. There is also me. Without me you would be able to cultivate normally." When it spoke up to hear, the tiny pagoda hesitated for a moment before it said, "Young Master, I suddenly noticed that you're really useless without the help of Master and Big Sister Tianming." "Yi Xian," Xiaota suddenly said, "Not completely. After all, Young Master, you are quite thick-skinned." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He was not angry, because what Xiaota said was true. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Without the green profound sword, he would not be able to use life/ and future/. If he could not use life/ and future/, he would be as weak as an ant in front of a life profound realm expert. Without Xiaota, even with the green profound sword, he would not be able to cultivate so fast. Yi Xian suddenly laughed at himself. "I am a swordsman. I created life/ and future/, but without the green profound sword, I cannot use these two sword skills. How ironic is this? Is the sword strong? Is the person strong? Obviously, it is the sword strong. Because if the green profound sword was given to Zhou Xian, she could also do it easily." Xiaota suddenly said, "Young Master, don't think too much. They are all old monsters who have cultivated for countless years. You can't compare to them, it is also." Yi Xian shook his head. "All these years, I have been using this excuse to comfort myself. Then, I can rely on my Qing, and my dad without any qualms." Xiaota said in a deep voice, "Young Master, your way of thinking is not wrong. However, there is one thing that you have not considered. I feel that if you do not understand this problem, you will always be a little brother." Yi Xian was curious. "What problem?" Xiaota said, "In the previous universe, which is the 6 realms, are you an invincible existence there?" Yi Xian nodded his head. Xiaota said, "But after you come to this universe, you become a little brother. Just like a child, he studies very well in the village, and is the number 1. However, when he leaves the village and goes to the town, he might not be the number 1, but the top 10. When he leaves the town and goes to the city, he might not even be in the top 10. When he leaves the city and goes to the most prosperous city in the country, he might not even be an ordinary person. In the whole world, he might not even be an ordinary person." Yi Xian was silent. Xiaota said, "What is the biggest problem now? It is that you will never know what the combat strength of the next universe belongs to. In this *T realm, this realm has collapsed. You will always be a little brother if you struggle within this rule. Why? Because if you're invincible in this universe, The moment you reach the next universe, you'll realize that the previous realms have all been overturned, and there's a new realm or something. Then, in front of this new realm, you'll become the younger brother of the younger brother. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Why would such a situation happen? Small Tower continued to say. I've studied it for so long, and I feel that there are only two possibilities for this kind of situation to occur. The first is that your pace is too fast, and before you have completely stabilized, you have continued to advance to the next universe. This is like studying in the Milky Way galaxy. Before you have finished your first year, we have gone straight to the third year. This kind of leap will cause our current situation. As long as we change worlds, we will become little brothers. Yi Xian said. What about the other possibility? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, the other possibility is that the person who created the realms and universes is messing around. He might not even know how many realms and universes he has created. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta said. Of course, no matter what the problem is, the biggest problem is still you. You have indeed worked very hard, but you lack the sense of crisis that Master has. The biggest difference between you and Master is that if he doesn't work hard, he will really die. But you are different. If you don't work hard, you can choose to rely on your sister. Moreover, with Sister Qing around, you will never really be in a desperate situation. So deep in your heart, you will have nothing to fear. At this point it paused, then said, Sister Tianming has almost spoiled you rotten. After a long silence, Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. As he spoke, he looked at the green profound sword in his hand and said softly, I once fused with Little Soul. She is me and I am her. She can bear the power of the passage of time in the daytime. And there's also the power of time reversal in yours, Little Tower. If that's the case, why can't I? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Young Master, don't be reckless. Little Soul has been modified by Sister Tianming, but you haven't. Yi Xian said with a smile, let's try. After saying that, he left Xiao Ta and went outside. He directly entered the daytime space-time. This time, he didn't use the Qingxian sword. As soon as he entered the daytime space-time, his whole body aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and opened his palms. In the next moment, a mysterious power suddenly appeared around him. The power of time reversal in Xiao Ta's body. One in reverse, one in reverse. This time, he didn't choose to use the Qingxian sword. He let the two completely different powers wreak havoc in his body. Different from before, he didn't simply use the two powers. Instead, he carefully felt the two powers and experienced them personally. Then he found a balance between the two powers. In the past, he used the two powers, but this time, he wanted to control the two powers. And this time, he didn't use the Qingxian sword. It was not an easy task to achieve this. Yi Xian's face became older and older. Not long after, his hair was white and his breath was gossamer. Xiao Ta said in horror, Young Master, don't risk your life. Use the Qingxian sword. We don't work hard anymore. There's nothing wrong with being a second generation. Don't scare me. Yi Xian ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta quickly said, Little Soul, help young master. Little Soul said with a trembling voice, I'm just a sword. Shit. Xiao Ta. Chapter 2099. In the field, Yi Xian was indescribably old. Not only that, his breath was almost gone. His lifespan was gone. He was really on his last breath. Even so, he didn't choose to use the green profound sword. Had he ever risked his life in this life? Yes. In the city of Qing, he had risked his life many times. But after leaving the city of Qing, he had risked his life less and less. As Xiao Ta had said, he had been spoiled by Qing, he was getting more and more flashy. As Di Ming had said, without Qing, and his father, what was he? What was he? After asking himself, the result was that it was nothing at all. What was the saddest thing about a man? Looking back at the past, he had accomplished nothing. Suddenly he was tired of it. He was tired of this kind of life without passion and fighting. If he didn't want to work hard, if he didn't want to fight, why didn't he just follow Qing? If he followed Qing, wouldn't he be able to show off as much as he wanted? And his father? All this time, his father had never cared about him. Was he really heartless and cold-blooded? No. His father knew very well that Qing'er had spoiled him too much. If Qing'er had spoiled him too, wouldn't he have gone straight to heaven? If he had a son, would he want him to be like him? Would he? Of course not. Looking back, other than the time in the city of Qing, what did he look like? Disgust. He was really disgusted with his previous self. That was why he had chosen to risk his life. Just then, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted. He was smiling. The next moment, his old face returned to its youthful state. Reverse. At this critical moment, he had finally balanced the two powers. Soon, Yi Xian had returned to normal. Yi Xian looked around, his eyes full of vicissitudes. It had only been a short time, but it had made him feel like he had been reborn. What was worth mentioning was that he had used the two powers to reconstruct his body. Previously, Zhou Xian taught him how to cultivate the life-profound body, and he used the method Zhou Xian taught him to cultivate the life-profound body. However, he used the power of time reversal to cultivate the life-profound body. It could be said that his life-profound body was completely different from others. Apart from that, he had complete control over these two powers, because he had found a balance between them. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, you succeeded?" Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, you seem to have changed." Yi Xian smiled. "It's time for me to grow up." At this moment, a strand of sword qi suddenly floated out of his body, and it slowly floated to a spot not far away from Yi Xian. It was the azure-robed man's sword qi. Meanwhile, roaring laughter suddenly resounded from within that strand of sword qi. "Stinking kid, you finally made your father look at you in a different light." It was the voice of the azure-robed man. Yi Xian smiled. "Dad, I will work hard. This time I'm serious." The azure-robed man laughed. "All right. Dad is happy today, so you can make a request." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Take good care of my mother." After a moment of silence, the azure-robed man said softly, "All right." Yi Xian said again, "Tell my mother that she doesn't need to pave the way for me. Her son will walk the road from now on." The azure-robed man was helpless. "I can't do that. She's very persistent. However, don't worry about it. Let her do it. As long as she's happy." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Then I have no other requests." The azure-robed man laughed. "This isn't like you. It's rare for Dad to be happy today. You can make a request. As long as you mention it, Dad will agree." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's really no need." The azure-robed man was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Master, if young lord doesn't want to make a request, can I? If I make a request, it's the same as him making a request." The azure-robed man immediately said, "Get lost, Xiao Ta." At this moment, the azure-robed man said again, "Little fellow, you've really grown up. Dad is very pleased. Dad will wait for you at the end of this road." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The strand of sword energy suddenly vanished slowly. Yi Xian knew that Dad had left. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. As if he thought of something, he took out the green profound sword and lightly slashed his body. Hiss! A wound appeared on his chest. However, in the blink of an eye, the wound vanished. Mysterious life body? No. He preferred to call it the reverse compliance body. Time recovery. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 15 minutes to recover with the immortal bloodline. However, he could speed up time. Simply put, he had increased the recovery ability of the immortal bloodline by at least a few thousand times. It wasn't exaggerated at all. As long as he didn't want to die now, it would be very difficult for him to die. Apart from that, he could use slash of life and slash of future even without the green profound sword. At this moment, Zhou Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian and asked, "You've broken through?" Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "What's the matter?" Zhou Xian nodded. "After the Shangqiu kingdom disappeared, my Zhou clan rose. Then our current territory belongs to the Shangqiu kingdom. Now that they've come out," Yi Xian said in a low voice, "do they want those territories back?" Zhou Xian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Their real target is actually me, right? Because they gave up those territories back then. In other words, their real target isn't those territories. They want me to go with them, to find the book of the universe. Zhou Xian nodded again. Yi Xian thought about it and said, I'll go find them. With that, he turned around and rode his sword, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and Zhou Xian appeared beside him. She looked at Yi Xian. I'll go with you. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. Zhou Xian suddenly asked. The man who spoke just now, is he your father? Yi Xian nodded. Actually, Zhou Xian had been here for a long time. However, she didn't come out when he was talking to his father. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. He's very strong. Yi Xian asked with a smile. How strong? Zhou Xian thought about it and said, I don't know. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. Do you know? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know either. Zhou Xian glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything else. Before long, the two of them arrived at the emperor's tomb. As soon as they arrived, a life-profound realm elder appeared in front of them. The elder looked at Yi Xian and Zhou Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian smiled. I want to see Di Ming. The elder stared at Yi Xian. Who do you think you are? You want to see him? At this point, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he frantically retreated. This retreat took him hundreds of thousands of meters away. When he stopped, a sword had already pierced through his forehead. It wasn't the profound green sword. It was just an ordinary sword. The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the life-profound realm experts in the dark to change drastically. It wasn't just the Shangqiu experts. Even Zhou Xian, who was beside Yi Xian, had a trace of shock in her eyes. Slashing the future. Yi Xian had used this move on her before. However, the power of that move wasn't as terrifying as Yi Xian's. Not only that, Yi Xian had used that divine sword. Now Yi Xian was using an ordinary sword. How did Yi Xian do it? Zhou Xian's heart was filled with questions. Yi Xian looked at the horrified old man in the distance and smiled. Geezer, next time you speak to me, you have to be more polite. As he spoke, the sword between the elder's eyebrows had returned to Yi Xian's hand. At this time, Di Ming appeared in front of Yi Xian and Zhou Xian. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian. How did you do it? He had to admit that he was also a little shocked. Yi Xian's move had reversed time, but it was completely different from their defy the world. Yi Xian smiled. Di Ming, I am your target. Why do you have to cause trouble for the Zhou clan? Miss Zhou Xian is my friend. Can you give me some face and stop causing trouble for her and the Zhou clan? Di Ming stared at Yi Xian. What if I say no? Yi Xian raised his thumb, and the sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. Di Ming narrowed his eyes. He couldn't feel Yi Xian's sword. No one could feel it. Yi Xian looked at Di Ming and smiled. Don't worry, let the sword fly for a while. Of course, if you are willing to nod now, I can make it stop. Di Ming stared at Yi Xian. What are you pretending to be? Qi. At this time, a few hundred feet behind Di Ming, a life-profound realm expert's head flew off without a sound. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone in the field was shocked and quickly retreated. Di Ming's pupil shrank, and he was shocked beyond belief. Zhou Xian was silent. Her heart was in turmoil. Yi Xian's future slash was even more terrifying than before. He was even more adept at using it. Without a sound, even a life-profound realm expert would not be able to defend against it, even if they were mentally prepared. Yi Xian looked at Di Ming and smiled. Clan leader Di Ming, I am your target. If you have any complaints, you can come to me. Don't go to Miss Zhou Xian and her Zhou clan. Is that okay? Then he put his thumb on the scabbard. The experts of the Shangqiu kingdom revealed grim expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they witnessed this scene. They were really afraid of Yi Xian's strange sword. He could kill their future selves with one strike. How could they defend against this? The life-profound realm experts looked at Yi Xian, as if he was a monster. Di Ming stared at Yi Xian and clenched his right hand. At this moment, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. How long had it been? How could this guy be so terrifying? Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Is that okay? Di Ming fell silent for a moment. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. As he spoke, he cupped his fists and said, I apologize to young Master Yi for offending you in the past. I hope young Master Yi won't take it to heart. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhou Xian and smiled. It's done. Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment. I thought you were going to call for help. Yi Xian blinked. You helped me because I had someone to rely on, right? Zhou Xian nodded. Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. Zhou Xian looked Yi Xian in the eye. Are you angry? Yi Xian laughed. I'm not angry, because you told me the truth. He smiled again. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Yi Xian. I'm a second-generation heir. Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment. I'm Zhou Xian. I still want to use you. They looked at each other and smiled. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for a vote. Chapter 2100. Yi Xian and Zhou Xing were about to leave when Di Ming suddenly asked, Young Master Yi, are you really not interested in the Book of the Universe? The Book of the Universe. Yi Xian stopped. He turned his head to look at Zhou Xing next to him. What's so special about this Book of the Universe? Zhou Xing answered, I don't know. All I know is that this book is the origin of the civilization in this metaverse. Di Ming suddenly said. As Miss Zhou said, this book is indeed the origin of the civilization in the metaverse. But it's not just that. As far as I know, this book also records all the realms of the metaverse and the cultivation methods of all realms. Moreover, it is said that this book also has a terrifying ability. That is, as long as someone's name is written in this book, that person will die. Yi Xian frowned. That mysterious? Di Ming nodded. To be more precise, anyone who has cultivated the Book of the Universe will die as long as their name is written in it. Besides that, this book has many other mysterious functions. I don't know the specifics. Yi Xian smiled. Why does clan leader Di Ming keep asking me to go with you to find this Book of the Universe? Di Ming said. To tell you the truth, this book is in the universe space-time. It is an extremely terrifying space-time realm. It is very difficult to enter it. But the sword in young Master Ye's hand can restrain space-time. Yi Xian said softly. So that's how it is. Di Ming glanced at Yi Xian and said nothing more. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Let's go and have a look. He turned to Zhou Xing, and the latter nodded. Let's go. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's go. Di Ming suddenly said, Both of you follow me. With that, he led the experts of the Shangqiu Kingdom and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian and Zhou Xing followed. On the way, Zhou Xing looked at Yi Xian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you want to ask me how I was able to control the power of time without using the green profound sword? Zhou Xing looked at Yi Xian and said, If I were to ask this, would it be a little abrupt? Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't. Zhou Xing said in a deep voice, I'm really curious. I don't know about your ability to reverse time, and I've never seen it before. However, I'm very clear about the power of the white day space-time. It's not something that a physical body can withstand. Even a life-profound body can't withstand it, but you can. I really don't understand. Yi Xian said with a smile. I won't be able to bear the power of the white day space-time alone. However, with the help of another power, a power that is completely opposite to it, I can make them coexist. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xing said, I understand. One goes against the other, achieves a balance, and both coexist. Yi Xian smiled and said, Yes. Zhou Xing sighed softly. She knew that Yi Xian was the only one who could do this, because no one else had the power to reverse time. Zhou Xing seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Di Ming and the others in the distance and said, We have to be careful of them. Yi Xian nodded and said, Of course. They sped up, and about an hour later, Di Ming, who was at the front, suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him was a flight of stairs with no end in sight. Di Ming looked at the stairs and said in a deep voice, This is the passageway to that space-time. As he spoke, he led the experts of the Shangqiu Kingdom towards the passageway. Yi Xian and Zhou Xing immediately followed. As soon as they set foot on the stone stairs, Yi Xian frowned slightly, because a trace of uneasiness had arisen in the depths of his heart. At his level of strength, he was able to sense some unknown dangers. Beside him, Zhou Xing's brows were also slightly furrowed. At this moment Di Ming suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, if I may ask, your father and brother are not from the metaverse, right?" Glancing at Di Ming, Yi Xian said with a smile, "What?" Di Ming smiled and said, "Nothing, I'm just curious." Yi Xian smiled and said, "They are indeed not from the metaverse." Di Ming smiled and said, "Then I'm a little curious." Yi Xian was also curious. Clan leader Di Ming, is there a universe more powerful than the metaverse? Di Ming nodded and said, "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What universe?" Di Ming said softly, "The ancient universe." Yi Xian frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at Zhou Xing beside him. "Do you know?" Zhou Xing shook her head. Di Ming smiled and said, "It's normal that she doesn't know. The ancient universe is very far away from us, and it doesn't allow people from lower-level universes to enter." Yi Xian asked, "Not even life-profound realm cultivators?" Di Ming shook his head and said, "No." Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's interesting." Di Ming suddenly asked, "Young Master Yi, are you from the ancient universe?" Yi Xian shook his head and said nothing. "No." Di Ming nodded and did not say anything, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I am from a universe more powerful than the ancient universe." Di Ming's expression froze and he turned to Yi Xian and asked, "A universe more powerful than the ancient universe?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why?" Clan leader Di Ming, do you think that the ancient universe is the most powerful universe in this vast universe? Di Ming was silent for a while and said, "I wonder which universe young Master Yi is from." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why don't you take a guess?" Di Ming looked at Yi Xian and said, "I can't." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Where I come from, life-profound realm cultivators are as common as dogs." Di Ming could not help but ask, "Life-profound realm cultivators are like dogs?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes." Di Ming glanced at Yi Xian and did not believe it. He only believed a little of what Yi Xian said. Zhou Xing, who was standing beside Yi Xian, suddenly asked, "What is above life-profound realm?" Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Profound life." Zhou Xing was speechless. About an hour later they stopped. There was a huge stone door not far in front of them. There was a huge black word in the middle of the door, "Yuan." Di Ming said softly, "We are here." Then he turned to Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, this door contains a kind of space-time power. Please use your sword to break it." Yi Xian nodded and walked to the door. Just as he was about to do it, the door suddenly opened. Everyone was stunned. It opened automatically. Di Ming said in a low voice, "The space-time power is gone. Someone went in." Someone went in. Yi Xian was about to speak when Di Ming rushed in with the Shangqiu experts. Zhou Xing, who was standing beside Yi Xian, asked, "Shall we go in?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "You feel the danger too?" Zhou Xing nodded. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "We are already here. Let's go in and have a look." As he spoke, he walked towards the wide-open stone door. Zhou Xing thought for a while and followed. After passing through the stone gate, a huge bluestone plaza appeared in front of Yi Xian and Zhou Xing. Above this huge stone plaza was a bottomless starry sky. Not far above everyone's heads, a dark blue ball floated in the air. Di Ming and the others were there. Apart from Di Ming and the others, there was also a man and a woman. Both of them looked very young. The woman was wearing a tight white dress, and her long hair was tied up with a purple ribbon, hanging behind her head. In her right hand, she was holding a black ancient book. Yi Xian looked at the woman and raised his guard. Damn it! Any woman who read books was not easy to deal with. Along the way, the women who read books were scarier than the last. Sister Nianqing or women were not scary. What was scary was women with culture. Both the woman and the man were looking at the orb above their heads with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Not far away, Di Ming looked at the two of them with a grave expression. At this time, the woman turned to Di Ming and the others and asked, "What's the matter?" Di Ming said in a low voice, "Who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "Kill them." As soon as she finished speaking, the man next to her suddenly disappeared. Di Ming's pupil shrank and he threw a punch. Boom! This punch caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Di Ming. After Di Ming flew out, the faces of the experts around him changed drastically. Without hesitation, everyone rushed towards the man. Meanwhile, the man opened his palm, and a blood-red thread flew out. After that, a strange scene appeared. Before the profound life stage experts could even react, the blood-red thread had already pierced through the space between their brows. In an instant, 48 life profound realm experts were obliterated. All of them were killed instantly. Yi Xian fell silent. The 48 life profound realm experts had cultivated for 1,000 years. And then they were born, and then they died. This life was too dramatic. Di Ming was stunned as well. They were all dead. Dozens of life profound realm experts were gone just like that. Meanwhile, the man looked at Di Ming. Di Ming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian. Yi. Young Master Yi. The man looked at Yi Xian, as if he was looking at an ant. He was about to attack when the woman suddenly said, "Wait!" The man stopped. The woman suddenly pointed at the man with her right hand. A sword suddenly appeared between the man's eyebrows, and the sword was stopped by the woman's finger, cutting the future. The man's pupils constricted. He looked at Yi Xian with a trace of seriousness. The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled, cutting the future with the sword. "I never thought there would be an expert like you outside the ancient world. How surprising." Yi Xian smiled. "How should I address you?" The woman smiled. "Second Immortal." Yi Xian smiled. "Second Immortal, are you here for the Book of the Universe?" Second Immortal nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian thought about it, and was about to speak when Second Immortal suddenly smiled. "I still lack a servant. Are you interested?" Yi Xian was struck dumb right away. "What a guy!" Yi Xian exclaimed. He thought he had made a friend, but the other party wanted to be his master? Second Immortal said, "Being my servant is something that countless people dream of." Yi Xian thought about it and smiled. "I still lack a woman. Are you interested?" Being Yi Xian's woman is something that countless women dream of. Second Immortal looked at Yi Xian. "In 10 breaths, you will kneel before me and lick my toes." Yi Xian frowned. "Did Tianyi give you the courage?" Tianyi. Chapter 2101. Arrogant. Yi Xian was a bit speechless. What he disliked the most were people who thought they were born extraordinary and thought they were superior to others. Were those from the ancient universe superior to others? Damn it. To think that this woman still studied. Did all the books she read go to her ass? Or was she the same as him, and only took books to show off? In the distance, the Second Immortal looked at Yi Xian. 10 breaths are up. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the space above Yi Xian's head suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a purple footprint suddenly appeared in the air, and then fell in a straight line. With the appearance of the footprint, Yi Xian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His internal organs felt like they were about to explode. Yi Xian lightly pushed up with his thumb. Hum! With the sound of a sword, the cyan profound sword suddenly flew out. The instant the cyan profound sword flew out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Life-severing. At that moment, the flow of time in the entire limestone square sped up countless times. As for the footprint above his head, it disappeared without a trace. When Yi Xian used this sword, he directly put Zhou Xing into Xiaota. As for Di Ming, he instantly turned into an old man with one foot in the grave. At that moment, he was as thin as a match, his hair was white, and his eyes were lifeless. There was not a single trace of life in him. The profound life realm could resist the power of flowing away. But the sword that Yi Xian used at that moment did not only contain the power of flowing away, but also the power of flowing away from time. Moreover, the sword he used was the cyan profound sword. The two powers, one going against the other, found a perfect balance. Thus, a profound life realm expert could not resist it at all. On the other side, when Yi Xian used the power of flowing away from time, the Second Immortal's expression also changed. She opened her right hand, and a ray of purple light directly enveloped her. Under the cover of the purple light, she blocked Yi Xian's power of flowing away from time. However, the man beside her could not block it, and directly turned into a skeleton. The second immortal coldly looked at Yi Xian. Daytime space-time flow power. There's also an unknown power that reverses time. Yi Xian turned to look at Di Ming, who was about to die. He waved his right hand, and a mysterious power enveloped Di Ming. In the next moment, Di Ming returned to normal. He had been reborn. After returning to normal, Di Ming was at a loss for a while, then quickly bowed to Yi Xian and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled, then turned to look at the second immortal. He sized him up and asked curiously, "What is this purple light?" Second immortal said calmly, "Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. They don't even recognize the purple myrtle divine light. How sad." Yi Xian stared at second immortal. "Will you die if you don't act cool?" Second immortal sneered. "Do you think I'm humiliating you by taking you in as a slave? What a joke. Do you know how many people in the ancient universe want to join our second clan? Yet you treat this opportunity that can change your fate as an insult. What a joke." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "It seems that we don't have a common language." Then, the cyan profound sword in his hand flew out again. The sword slashed at the purple light. Boom! The purple light shook violently, then cracked. Seeing this, the second immortal's pupils shrank. What sword is that? It can actually hurt my purple myrtle divine light." Yi Xian blinked. "I thought the people of the ancient universe were so amazing. But they don't even recognize my cyan profound sword. How sad." Second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "You will pay a painful price for provoking me." Yi Xian did not waste any time. He launched a sword attack right away. Boom! With this slash, the purple myrtle divine light was destroyed. Almost at the same time, the second immortal disappeared. He disappeared from where he was. At the same time, Yi Xian showed up in an unknown and mysterious galaxy. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He glanced around. What was this place? At that moment, the starry sky in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, a purple light broke through the sky and shot towards him like a shooting star. Purple myrtle divine light? Yi Xian frowned. Without thinking too much, he lightly pushed with his thumb. Buzz! The cyan profound sword suddenly flew out and slashed the purple light. Boom! In an instant, the entire starry sky burned. Yi Xian's cyan profound sword forcibly blocked the divine light. However, the powerful divine light was not destroyed. The sword and the light were in a deadlock. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and raised his head. At the end of the starry sky in the distance, the second immortal suddenly appeared. She looked down at Yi Xian and opened her right hand. A golden blue token appeared. "Stars, heed my command. Gather." As the sound of his voice faded, the entire galaxy trembled in an instant. Then boundless power of the stars suddenly gathered from the myriad worlds in the heavens. As the powerful power of the stars entered the starry sky began to be annihilated. This part of the Milky Way couldn't possibly withstand so much star energy. Yi Xian looked at the second immortal in the distance in silence. There was something wrong with this woman's brain. But there was no problem with her strength. She first used the purple myrtle divine light to stall his cyan profound sword, then used this killer move to deal with him. Clearly, she thought that his strength came from the cyan profound sword. That was not wrong. But this star power, Yi Xian's expression became strange. In the depths of the starry sky, the second immortal looked down at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with savagery. "God of the stars!" She pointed her fingers at Yi Xian as soon as she finished speaking. In an instant, the endless power of the stars suddenly burst out and blasted at Yi Xian, who was on the ground. How terrifying was the gathering of star power from all the worlds in the sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky turned pitch black and was completely destroyed. Below, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the boundless star power to slam into his body. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian became a little blue person. In the distance, the second immortal's pupils constricted because she discovered that Yi Xian was not only fine, he was even madly absorbing the star power. The second immortal stared at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Below, Yi Xian greedily sucked in a deep breath. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to explode. The power of the stars was just too much. Why could he absorb star power? Back in the five-dimensional universe, Sister Nian had helped him modify his constitution. In reality, that constitution had already fallen behind. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to absorb star power, because his body would not be able to endure it. But now his body was a body of time that he had modified, let alone this bit of star power. Even if there was 10 times more star power, he would be able to absorb it. After absorbing the star power, Yi Xian was very excited. After his body absorbed the boundless star power, his cultivation instantly soared. Too awesome! Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the Siam profound sword in the distance. He opened his palm and fiercely shook it. Boom! The Siam profound sword violently trembled and directly tore apart the ray of myrtle divine light. Then, it turned into a ray of crystal blue sword light that slashed towards the second immortal. In the air, a hint of malevolence flashed across the second immortal's eyes. She suddenly formed a seal with her hands, and a black writ suddenly floated out from her hands. Divine trigram writ appear. As she spoke, a huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared in front of her. When the Siam profound sword slashed towards her, strands of mysterious power within the 8 trigrams diagram flew out. In an instant, the Siam profound sword was bound by them. At the same time, 4 bolts of lightning suddenly flew out from the 8 trigrams diagram and turned into 4 lightning chains that locked onto the Siam profound sword. Within the 8 trigrams diagram, the Siam profound sword violently trembled. At that moment, with a thought from Yi Xian, the Siam profound sword violently trembled and slashed downwards, severing life. As the sword descended, the 8 trigrams diagram turned into nothingness. At the same time, the Siam profound sword slashed towards the second immortal once again. The second immortal's pupils constricted when she saw that. She didn't retreat, and a blood-red writ token suddenly appeared in her hand. She pressed her fingers together, and a drop of blood essence flew out from the tip of her finger and entered the blood-red writ token. She roared furiously, "I use my blood to bind the immortal spirit." As soon as her voice resounded boom, a ray of white light suddenly descended in front of the second immortal. In the next moment, a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out from within the ray of white light. The middle-aged man held a lantern staff in his hand and had a calm expression. When he saw the middle-aged man, Yi Xian's face fell. What technique is this? A summoning technique? At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly raised the lantern staff in his hand and said softly, "Dark flame like day." As soon as he spoke, he lightly pointed the lantern staff in his hand at Yi Xian. Bang! In an instant, a ball of fire suddenly flew out from within the lantern. In the next moment, a path of fire swept down from the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, the pitch-black starry sky was like day, but everyone felt as if they had fallen into the 9 hells. Below, Yi Xian's expression instantly became serious. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Calm his mind. Focus his mind. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly pushed up with his thumb. Oem! Along with the sound of a sword, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shot into the sky. The sword pierces the 9 heavens. Yi Xian still used severing life for this attack. Moreover, he used severing life while in a calm and focused state. The green profound sword directly tore through the path of fire and instantly arrived before the middle-aged man. At that moment, the middle-aged man lightly tapped the sword with the lantern staff in his hand. Bang! The green profound sword was directly tapped on the spot. Below, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man actually blocked the green profound sword's energy. Severing life was ineffective against him? In the depths of the starry sky, when the second immortal saw Yi Xian's shocked expression, he couldn't help but ridicule. This is an immortal god. It has no body, and is in the form of a soul. He has become an immortal god, and his soul is close to eternal life. Your severing life is completely useless against him. Do you understand? You big idiot. A soul? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "It's actually a soul. Thank you for telling me." As soon as he spoke, the green profound sword suddenly trembled violently. It directly pierced through the lantern staff, and then directly entered the space between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Bang! In an instant, the middle-aged man was completely absorbed by the green profound sword. Soul fixation sword. In the sky, the second immortal was petrified on the spot. After the green profound sword absorbed the immortal god's soul, its aura suddenly rose explosively. At the same time, Soul's voice suddenly rang out. Young master, I'm about to break through. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he looked at the second immortal. So you're here to give me warmth. Thank you. The second immortal. P.S. Yesterday was the third chapter, but the first chapter had harmonious words, so the chapter was directly skipped. So, the readers who were reading at the beginning discovered that the chapter was skipped. Sorry. It's my fault for giving everyone a bad reading experience. Next time, try to write more properly and be a proper person. Some old readers should know by now that the censorship is very strict. You can't write below the neck. Chapter 2102. It had to be said that the immortal spirit summoned by the second immortal was powerful enough to resist his life-severing. Even now, the second immortal did not dare to face his life-severing head-on. Unfortunately, the immortal spirit was a soul body. The Qingxian sword plus his soul-setting sword was a natural counter to souls. After the Qingxian sword devoured the immortal spirit's soul, its aura skyrocketed. It was going to break through. It had to be known that the Qingxian sword could break through, and it had been a long time since it had broken through. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the second immortal in the distance. The second immortal's expression was abnormally calm. I underestimated you. Yi Xian smiled and said, Lady Second Immortal, I don't think there's any deep hatred between us. There's no need to fight to the death, right? He really did not want to fight to the death. Kill this woman? If he really did kill this woman, then he could guess what would happen next. It would be the second clan madly targeting him. In the end, he could not stand it anymore, and would be forced to let Qing Er or his father deal with it. He was tired of it. Moreover, as he said, there was no deep hatred between him and this woman. Was it worth it to form a death grudge over such a trivial matter? In the distance, the woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. Fight to the death. Do you think you're qualified to fight to the death with me? Hearing that, Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Does this woman cultivate without training her brain? At that moment, the second immortal suddenly opened her palm. A token suddenly appeared in her palm. The token was pure gold, and had countless strange runes drawn on it. The second immortal held the token, and pointed with her finger. A drop of blood entered the token. Then she slowly closed her eyes. With my blood, I command the heavens. With that, the token in her hand suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the starry sky above Yi Xian's head suddenly split open. Then a huge black hand reached out. A huge hand that covered the sky. Heaven's left hand. The second immortal looked down at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Ant from a lowly world, let's see how you block this heavenly left hand. In the depths of the starry sky, the heavenly left hand suddenly fell. In an instant, countless spacetime was destroyed. This hand was enough to destroy the entire metaverse. Yi Xian looked solemn for the first time as he stared at the heavenly left hand. The power contained in the giant hand made even his heart palpitate. Damn it! Was this woman a summoner? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword flew back into his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, and directly entered a meditative and focused state. At the same time, the power of his bloodline was directly activated. But he still didn't choose to summon the power of the myriad world. With the activation of the power of the bloodline, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed in an instant. Yi Xian gently pushed up with his thumb. The green profound sword in his hand suddenly turned into a blood-red ray of sword light, and soared into the sky. The sword tore through the sky and tore apart everything. Compared to the giant hand, Yi Xian's sword seemed extremely small. However, When the green profound sword slashed at the center of the giant hand, the heavenly left hand trembled violently. Immediately after, countless cracks appeared. Seeing this, the second immortal narrowed her eyes, and a trace of disbelief flashed deep within her eyes. How is this possible? This person's sword can actually injure the heavenly left hand. In the distance, several more flying swords suddenly slashed at the heavenly left hand. Boom! Boom! Several rays of sword light suddenly exploded, and the heavenly left hand completely split apart. At that moment, the green profound sword suddenly pierced through. Boom! The heavenly left hand directly shattered. The second immortal's expression suddenly changed, and she blocked with her right hand. Chi! A sword suddenly slashed at her. The second immortal couldn't dodge in time, and could only use her hand to block it. However, the moment she touched Yixian's sword, her entire arm flew off. However, she retreated tens of thousands of meters away. However, the moment she stopped, a sword pierced through her chest, slashing the future. Two swords slashing the future. It was impossible to guard against. Although he had stabbed the second immortal, Yixian furrowed his brows because he realized that his flying sword was slowly disappearing. Yixian looked at the second immortal. At that moment, his flying sword had already completely disappeared, and the second immortal's body had already returned to normal. Yixian knitted his eyebrows tightly at the sight of that. This woman's constitution was a bit special. It seemed that normal swords could not kill her, so he could only use the green profound sword. In the distance, the second immortal stared fixedly at Yixian. I underestimated you. But don't worry, I won't underestimate you now. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly opened her palm, and another token appeared in her palm. However, this token was different from before. It was a sword token. The second immortal looked at Yixian, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Aren't you a swordsman? Then I'll let you die by my sword. As she spoke, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the token. The token violently trembled and roared furiously. In the name of the great sword master, I command the swordsman of all worlds to attack. As she spoke, the sword token violently trembled. Then a sword cry shook the heavens. In the next moment, sword cries suddenly resounded throughout the heavens. Then, countless flying swords suddenly streaked through space and flew over. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of swords appeared above the second immortal's head. Every sword represented the power of a powerful swordsman. At that moment, the second immortal suddenly roared furiously. Gather! As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of thousands of swords suddenly transformed into hundreds of thousands of rays of light that shot into the sword command token. The sword command token trembled violently, and then a sword howl resounded from within it. In an instant, all the sword cultivators in the universe turned their heads in unison to look towards the source of the sword howl. In the sky, the second immortal looked down at Yixian and said somewhat crazily, "Swordsman, tremble." As she spoke, she pointed her finger at Yixian. Slash! The sword token suddenly flew down from the sky. Chi! An extremely terrifying tearing sound suddenly resounded throughout the universe. Down below, Yixian remained silent. When the sword token arrived above his head, he did not dodge or evade, allowing the sword token to pierce through his head. Boom! In an instant, with Yixian as the center, the space within millions of miles turned into nothingness. However, Yixian was fine. He was standing there. Not only that, he was also madly absorbing the boundless sword energy. Seeing that, the second immortal in the sky was stupefied. Her eyes widened as she stared at Yixian, her heart filled with shock. This, impossible. How is this possible? Down below, Yixian's body trembled violently. At this moment, he was slightly shocked as well, because the power contained within that sword token was truly too terrifying. Of course, that energy could not kill him, but it would fill him to death. Yixian began to absorb the energy crazily, and his aura skyrocketed at this moment. Seeing Yixian's aura explode, the second immortal in the distance was in disbelief. You, how can you? Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the second immortal, thought for a bit, and said, "You really are a good person." Second immortal. Not long after, Yi Xian completely absorbed all the energy. After absorbing the energy, his aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than the second immortal. Although he was not at the life-profound realm right now, his cultivation and strength, without using one sword severing life and severing future, was not the slightest bit inferior to experts above the life-profound realm. His strength, fed by the power of the stars and the sword energy, increased by at least several times. Yi Xian looked at the second immortal and said sincerely, "You really are a good person." Those words were truly from the bottom of his heart. In the distance, the second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "How did you do it?" It had to be said that right now she was truly shocked. Not only could this guy devour the power of the stars, but he could also devour sword energy. Was he a black hole? He could devour anything. Yi Xian looked at the second immortal and smiled. "Lady second immortal, since you've given me so many gifts, I don't really want to kill you." The second immortal's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Kill me? You think you?" As she spoke, her pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, a sword pierced through her forehead. The second immortal's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly activated her special constitution and wanted to devour Yi Xian's sword. But this time she was disappointed, because that sword was the profound cyan sword. After the profound cyan sword pierced through her forehead, it locked her soul in place, making her unable to move. At that moment, the second immortal panicked. Death! She truly smelled the scent of death. Yi Xian faintly smiled. "Lady second immortal, let me ask you a question. Do you still have any command medallions? If you do, I won't kill you for now. You can summon them first, and we'll continue fighting." The damage was not high, but the insults were extremely strong. The second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xian nodded. The second immortal coldly said, "I'm from the second clan. Do you know about the second clan?" Yi Xian curled his lips. "Lady second immortal, if you speak like that, then it's meaningless. Once you lose a fight, you call on your backer. That's very meaningless." The second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "Don't you know that identity and backer are also a type of strength?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "You said what I've always wanted to say, but was too embarrassed to say it." "Xiao Ta." The second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "If I die here, your entire metaverse will be buried with me." Yi Xian faintly nodded. "I'm so scared." The second immortal suddenly asked, "What's your father's name?" Yi Xian was slightly startled, then said, "His name is Yang Yi." "What, you want to cause trouble for him?" The second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "If anything happens to me, your Yang family will be annihilated." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "What does the annihilation of the Yang family have to do with me?" The green-clothed man. Chapter 2103. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young mistress, if master hears what you're saying, you'll be beaten to death." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "If you want the entire primordial universe to die with you, then kill me." Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his fingers. The green profound sword slashed across the second immortal's neck. Hiss! A stream of blood shot out. The second immortal's eyes opened wide. She hadn't expected that the person before her would actually dare to kill her. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm a person who can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Moreover, I hate it when people threaten me." The second immortal stared at Yi Xian. "You'll regret this." Yi Xian smiled. "Perhaps. But you won't be able to see it." As soon as he finished speaking, he willed the green profound sword to absorb her soul completely. However, at the instant that the second immortal disappeared completely, a ray of blood-red light suddenly entered the center of Yi Xian's forehead. It was very calm, but a blood-red mark appeared on the center of Yi Xian's forehead. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, my second clan will definitely kill you and everyone related to you." Yi Xian suddenly roared, "I'm Yang Yi from the second clan. If you have the ability, then feel free to come. It doesn't matter how many people come. I'm invincible. Do as you please." After a short moment of silence, the voice suddenly resounded again. Wait, wait. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young mistress, I feel that you'll be beaten to death by master sooner or later. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing appeared by Yi Xian's side. She hesitated for a moment before she said, Will there be trouble? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xing fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. Afraid? Zhou Xing nodded. This person's clan isn't something that the primordial universe can afford to offend. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. You don't seem to be afraid. Yi Xian smiled. I'm afraid as well. Didn't you see that I wanted to reconcile with her? But she didn't. She just had to be stubborn. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xing said, She might have had her head clamped by a door when she was young. Zhou Xing said softly, Actually, I understand her. Zhou Xing said softly, Actually, I quite understand her. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xing. Why? Zhou Xing said, In the past, many of our Zhou clan's disciples were just like her. They all felt that they were superior to others and felt that their status was special, so others should submit to them. It's not that there's something wrong with their brains. It's just that their identities are special, and they've been pampered for too long. Master Yi Yi was stunned. Xing. Ta clan Ta Ling, Xing Yi Xiao Yi Xian. And Yi Xian, Zhou Xing stared at Yi Xian. Your background is definitely not inferior to that of the second immortal, but you don't have the slightest bit of arrogance on you. Judging from your character, you don't seem like a second generation. Yi Xian smiled. I've suffered. Zhou Xing glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything else. But Yi Xian felt a little emotional. His dad probably let him go, because he was afraid that he would become a lawless rich second generation. Indeed, if he had been with his dad since he was born, what kind of person would he be? There was no answer, but it was good for young people to suffer a little. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He left with Zhou Xing. When they reappeared, they were at the green stone square. The ball was still there. Yi Xian looked at it. Looking at the ball, he said softly, That book of the universe should be inside, right? Yes. A voice came from the side. Yi Xian turned around. It was Di Ming. Di Ming glanced at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, you can subdue this ball. Yi Xian said with a smile, I thought you were gone. Di Ming hesitated for a while and said, I want to see the book of the universe before I leave. He realized that he couldn't play any tricks when dealing with Yi Xian. It was better to be direct. Yi Xian sized up the ball and released a wisp of divine consciousness. However, as soon as the wisp of divine consciousness got close to the ball, it disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Di Ming suddenly said, Young Master Yi, this ball must have a spirit. Why don't you talk to it? Yi Xian nodded slightly. He took a look at the ball and then said, Shall we talk? No response. Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, let me talk to it. As it spoke, it directly stored the ball into the small tower. Yi Xian was speechless. Before long, Xiaota said, Young master, I'm done talking to it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Really? Xiaota said, Yes. At this moment, the orb suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then the orb suddenly opened. In it he saw a thick ancient book. Apart from that, he also saw a heart. However, it was a white heart, and it was still beating. The ball suddenly said, Hello, young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. The ball continued, I am the heart of the universe, the heart of the metaverse. Young Master Yi, I will follow you from now on. Hearing this, Zhou Xing and Di Ming's expressions turned strange. It surrendered just like that? Yi Xian was curious. Xiaota, what did you talk to it about? Xiaota said, I told it that Soul and I are so powerful that we surrendered to you. Why didn't it surrender? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, Young master, these spirits are very practical. Don't talk to them about feelings. Just be rough. Follow me and you'll have a bright future. They won't refuse. Besides, this thing has been watching you fight with that woman. It wants to see who is stronger. It will follow whoever is stronger. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiaota, are you following me because of feelings or something else? Xiaota said after a moment of silence, Young master, I'm a little sad that you asked me this. Do you know the relationship between me and master? I've been with master for almost his whole life. We've gone through thick and thin together. We have a deep relationship. You can say that with my relationship with master. It's not too much for you to call me Ta Dad. Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiao Ta said quickly, of course it's just a title. I don't care. Young master, you should talk to the heart of the universe first. Yi Xian shook his head. He really didn't know how his father could tolerate Xiao Ta in the past. In fact, he didn't know that Xiao Ta's personality changed after he followed him. Yi Xian looked at the heart of the universe in front of him. What should I call you? The heart of the universe said. Xiao Yuan. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xiao Yuan, can I have a look at the book of the universe? Xiao Yuan said, yes. Then the book of the universe floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian picked up the book of the universe and flipped to the first page. The first page was about some realms. The divisions of realms in the metaverse. It was very detailed, and there were detailed cultivation methods. Soon Yi Xian saw the life profound realm. He looked at the description of the life profound realm. After a while, he turned to look at Zhou Xing and Di Ming. You've cultivated it wrong. Zhou Xing was silent. Di Ming wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian flipped to the next page. There was only one realm, Heart of Universe. What was Heart of Universe? It was the heart of the universe. Cultivating the heart of the universe would allow one to become one with the entire universe. One would be the god of the universe and could control everything. It was equivalent to a world's Tendo. Of course, it was more terrifying than a Tendo. It was not easy to cultivate to the heart of universe. The entire metaverse had been born for tens of thousands of years, but only one person had cultivated the heart of universe, and that was the person who created the book of the universe. However, this person also came from the ancient universe. This person's name was Guchen. In the metaverse, he was the first to reach the heart of universe, but not in the ancient universe. Moreover, in order to cultivate to the heart of universe, Guchen had devoured all living things in the metaverse. Simply put, he had sacrificed the universe for himself. But why was this metaverse still around? Actually, it was because of Xiao Bai. He wanted to beat up Xiao Ta. This pretentious guy. The reason why Xiao Yuan had submitted to him so readily was all because of Xiao Bai. Although the primordial universe had been devoured, the heavenly axiom of the primordial universe had survived, and the heavenly axiom of the primordial universe had found little white. It was worth mentioning that Guchen had died at Arya's hands. Guchen had been eaten alive by Arya. When he found out about this, Yi Xian felt ashamed. Damn it! Arya had really eaten people. Xiao Bai had stopped Arya from eating the heart of universe. A heart of universe represented billions of living things. Xiao Bai had no way to resurrect these billions of living things, because their consciousness had been completely erased. However, she had given these billions of living things a chance to be reborn. As long as there was enough time, these billions of living things would be able to have a new spiritual consciousness. And the reason why she hadn't taken this heart of universe away was because the billions of living things in this heart of universe belonged to this metaverse. However, she had said that she would come back to see Xiao Yuan. However, once these two little fellas left, they had never returned. Xiao Yuan didn't know that these two little fellas had already gone to the Milky Way system. They had been living a carefree life there every day. Yi Xian looked at it and flipped another page. It was blank. The Book of the Universe. The Book of the Universe wasn't a divine item of the metaverse, but a supreme divine item that Guchen had brought from the ancient universe. Back then, he had been able to sweep through the entire metaverse because of this divine item. This book could kill experts at the Eternity Heart realm and below. As long as the name was written, if the opponent didn't have any good fortune, they would definitely die. This included the Eternity Heart realm. However, every time he wrote it, it consumed a lot of energy. The stronger the opponent was, the more spiritual chi he would consume. To kill a Eternity Heart realm expert, he would need to spend at least 100 star veins. Simply put, this was using money to kill. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said softly, "Isn't my life very tough? Do you want to try?" He actually wanted to see if this book of the universe was that powerful. Once he thought of it, he would do it. Yi Xian directly wrote 2 words on the book of the universe. Xiaota. Xiaota. P.S. Please vote. 1. Chapter 2104. Xiaota. When he saw what Yi Xian had written, Xiaota couldn't help but say, "Young master, you're inhuman." Yi Xian. Just then Xiaota started to tremble slightly. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly asked, "Xiaota, are you all right?" Xiaota said calmly, "What could possibly happen to me?" Yi Xian frowned. "Is the book of the universe useless?" Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, I suggest you dig your eyes out." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Xiaota said, "Because it's useless to keep them." Yi Xian took another look at the book of the universe and found the problem. It turned out that the book of the universe was only effective for those who had cultivated in the book of the universe. Xiaota hadn't cultivated at all, so it was useless for him. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "Xiaota, don't you cultivate at all?" Xiaota said, "Why would I cultivate?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Don't you have any goals?" Xiaota sighed. "Young master, I've cultivated my whole life, but I can't even compare to Sister Tianming's transformation. Tell me, what's the point of cultivating?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "It really doesn't seem to be." Xiaota said, "I've thought it through. I, Xiaota, will just ride on someone's coattails for the rest of my life. One day, when you're invincible, who would dare to bully me?" Yi Xian said calmly, "When I'm invincible, I'll give you to my son. You can accompany my son to continue his legend." Xiaota was silent for a long time and said, "Young master, I beg you to be a human." Yi Xian was speechless. Di Ming suddenly said, "Young master Yi, can we have a look at the book of the universe?" He was very smart. He brought Zhou Xing along as well. He knew that the relationship between Yi Xian and Zhou Xing wasn't ordinary. Yi Xian smiled and said, "No." Di Ming smiled bitterly, but didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "However, I can let you know what the true profound life realm is." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and 2 rays of white light entered the space between their eyebrows. Life profound realm. The book of the universe had a very detailed description of this realm, as well as its true cultivation method. Just now, the second immortal was actually in the profound life realm. However, she was a true profound life realm cultivator. Moreover, her origin was extraordinary, and each of her killing moves was more terrifying than the last. Even a true profound life realm cultivator would not be her opponent. Simply put, this was a life profound realm with a backer. Thinking of the second immortal, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. This was what he had obtained from killing the second immortal. Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were over 100 star veins in the storage ring. This was a windfall. Apart from the star veins, there were also some random divine items. Of course, since he had the Qingxian sword, he really didn't care about ordinary divine items. The Qingxian sword could attack and defend. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly slapped his head. Damn, I actually forgot about the Qingxian sword's defensive ability. With the Qingxian sword's current level, if it turned into a sword shield, what couldn't it defend against? I'm such an idiot. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the 2 tokens in the storage ring. The 2 tokens were purple and red. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the 2 tokens appeared in his hand. He took a look at the 2 tokens, feeling a little curious. Previously, the second immortal had used those tokens to cast an incomparably powerful magic, especially those 2 summoning techniques. They were very strange. How to use them? Yi Xian studied them for a while. Nothing was gained. Then Di Ming suddenly said, "Thank you, young master Yi." Yi Xian looked at Di Ming. Di Ming bowed deeply to him. "I will repay young master Yi's kindness in my next life." Profound life realm. Only now did he understand what the real profound life realm was. Yi Xian glanced at Di Ming and smiled inwardly, but he didn't say anything. Repay in his next life? This guy was playing tricks on him. Then Di Ming said, "Young master Yi, I'll take my leave first." Then, He turned around and disappeared into the horizon without a trace of hesitation. Yi Xian had killed the second immortal, and the second immortal's family was bound to seek revenge. It was very, very dangerous to follow Yi Xian now. If he didn't leave now, he might not have the chance to do so in the future. Zhou Xing suddenly said, "That woman's family." Yi Xian smiled. "I will leave this place. As long as I leave, they won't come here." Zhou Xing was slightly stunned, and then she shook her head. "That's not what I meant." Yi Xian smiled. "Then I'll stay, and we'll face it together?" Zhou Xing gazed at Yi Xian. "You should leave." Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Zhou Xing. "You're really heartless." Zhou Xing spoke softly. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Yi Xian smiled. "This is my problem. And it has nothing to do with the metaverse or your Zhou clan. I'll deal with it myself." Zhou Xing spoke solemnly. "Can you?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'll give it a try." Zhou Xing sighed softly. She hesitated for a moment before she asked, "What's the realm above the profound life realm?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "I don't really want to tell you." Zhou Xing asked, "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's practically impossible for all of you to cultivate to that realm right now. The Eternity Heart Realm. If one wanted to cultivate to this realm, then one had to cultivate the heart of the universe. And in order to cultivate the heart of the universe, one had to devour the entire universe." Zhou Xing was clearly unable to accomplish this with her current strength. Actually, he was slightly selfish. Little White had gone to great lengths to save this universe, and he didn't want the living beings of this universe to suffer a calamity because of him. After all, this was a place that Little White had saved. Zhou Xing glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "I understand." Yi Xian smiled. "It's good that you understand. Of course, I can't tell you even if you don't understand. Miss Zhou Xing, farewell." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhou Xing suddenly asked, "Will you come back?" Yi Xian shook his head. Zhou Xing frowned in puzzlement. "Why?" In the distance, Yi Xian roared with laughter. "Because there's no one here that I miss. So, I'll forget about this metaverse after I go to a few more universes." Zhou Xing fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already disappeared at the end of the distant starry sky. Zhou Xing remained silent. After a long time, she shook her head and turned around to leave. There was no one to miss. To Yi Xian, the metaverse was just a passerby, and so was she. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped because Little Soul, who was in Xiaota, was about to break through. Yi Xian returned to Xiaota. At this moment, the green profound sword was trembling violently, and a powerful aura kept gushing out of it. It was about to break through. Yi Xian was a little excited and expectant. Ever since Little Soul had been modified by Qing it hadn't broken through again. After this breakthrough, it would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. Earth-shattering changes. At this moment, Little Soul suddenly erupted with a dazzling sword gleam. In an instant, the entire Xiaota trembled violently. Xiaota said in a low voice, "Little Soul, be gentle." The green profound sword suddenly trembled again. Then, a ray of sword gleam rose from the green profound sword's hilt, and finally disappeared into the tip of the sword. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the green profound sword, but it quickly returned to normal. The green profound sword flew in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Young master, I broke through." Yi Xian reached out and held the green profound sword. He slowly closed his eyes. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He realized that the green profound sword was completely different from before. It had improved. All of its abilities had improved greatly. Correspondingly, if he were to use the green profound sword to execute /life and /future, its power would increase by more than a few times. It could be said that if he were to fight against the second immortal again, he could easily kill him in an instant. Not only that, but the green profound sword had also become stronger. In addition, the green profound sword's tip had become sharper. Yi Xian put the green profound sword away, and the corners of his mouth gradually widened. Although he wanted to rely more on himself now, he was very happy that the green profound sword had a breakthrough. He could not use external objects, but he must have external objects. At this moment, Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, are we going to the ancient universe now?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Xiaotao hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Do you want to cultivate for a while before going?" Yi Xian roared with laughter. "There's no need." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the horizon. If he wanted to improve now, then it was extremely difficult for him to simply meditate and cultivate, because he'd practically cultivated the space-time Tao to its limits. And his current goal was to discover even stronger space-time, or find even stronger experts to fight. He'd gained quite a lot from the battle with the second immortal just now. Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, do you think that the second clan of the ancient universe would really go look for master?" Yi Xian smiled. "Didn't they say that they wanted to annihilate my entire family?" Xiaotao fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Am I considered to be part of your family?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Yes." Xiaotao said in a low voice, "Damn it, they don't even intend to let me off. These rebellions are really nonsense. They want to annihilate their entire family at the drop of a hat. If they have the ability, they should be like Sister Tianming and directly annihilate an entire universe." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the space-time in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled violently, and in the next moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out from the depths of the starry sky. Along with the appearance of this aura, the entire starry sky suddenly boiled. Yi Xian said softly, "I didn't expect it to come so quickly." Xiaotao said in a low voice, "Young master, what should we do?" Yi Xian smiled slightly and did not speak. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian, and the old man stared at Yi Xian. "Are you the one who killed my second clan's second young mistress?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's me." The old man's expression was ferocious. "Who gave it to you?" At this moment his pupil shrank, and his head directly flew out. One sword slashed the future. The moment the old man appeared, Yi Xian had already attacked. And this sword was only felt by the old man after he died. Yi Xian looked up at the depths of the starry sky in the distance and smiled. "I don't want to act cool, but is that all?" Xiaotao was speechless. Chapter 2105. That's it. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and left. This old man was not at the Eternal Heart Realm, but at the Life Profound Realm. However, the second clan obviously did not know that Life Profound Realm experts were like ants in Yi Xian's eyes. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared at the end of the vast starry sky. This time, his target was the ancient universe. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was riding on his sword. On the Qingxian sword, Yi Xian was constantly looking around. Everywhere he passed by, the galaxy was dazzling and beautiful. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "The universe is so big. It's not bad to look around." Xiaotao said, "Young master, do you think you can stay handsome for 3 days?" Yi Xian's expression froze. 3 days rule. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and turned into a sword light, disappearing at the end of the universe. Ancient universe. About half a month later, Yi Xian arrived at the ancient universe. It had to be said that the ancient universe and the Yuan universe were very far apart. After all, he had used the green profound sword for half a month. An ordinary person, even at the Life Profound Realm, would need at least a few months. After entering the ancient universe, Yi Xian did not directly go to the second clan. It was more important for him to understand the strength of the ancient universe and the second clan. As soon as he entered the ancient universe, he felt some extremely powerful and obscure auras. He knew that it was the Eternal Heart Realm expert. There were Eternal Heart Realm experts in the ancient universe, but there shouldn't be many of them. There shouldn't be too many of them. In theory, there shouldn't be a situation where Eternal Heart Realm experts were everywhere. Of course, Yi Xian dared not guarantee it. After all, this world was a bit nonsensical, especially when it came to realms. At this moment, the space-time in the distance suddenly shattered. The next moment, a young man rushed out from the space-time in front of Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, the young man was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he slowly clenched his right hand. Meanwhile, the space behind the young man suddenly split open, and then a man in a black robe walked out from within. The black-robed man's gaze landed on Yi Xian. You guys are in cahoots? The young man was taken aback. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, You guys aren't together? It was obvious that both of them treated Yi Xian as the other's accomplice. Yi Xian glanced at the two and said with a smile, Continue. With that he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the young man. What's the matter? The young man hesitated for a moment before opening his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. Help me bring this to the immortal clan, and you'll obtain an enormous opportunity. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring and shook his head. The young man narrowed his eyes. 100 star veins. Yi Xian shook his head again and turned to leave. He couldn't get involved in an unknown grudge. At that moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open. In the next moment, an elder slowly walked out. Seeing the elder, the young man behind Yi Xian was overjoyed. Elder Yinxiao. On the other hand, the expression of the black-robed old man behind the young man sank, because he hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, the young man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Elder Yinxiao, stop him. Hearing that, the elder called Yinxiao suddenly pressed his right hand towards Yi Xian. With that, the space Yi Xian was turned into a cage. Yi Xian's expression was calm. He turned around and looked at the young man. The young man glanced at the black-robed man. Elder Yinxiao, it's not a good time to clash with divine sect. There was a direct confrontation, so, as he spoke, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. Evidently, they wanted to kill the black-robed man, but didn't want others to know that they killed him. Thus, they wanted to silence Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. Is there something wrong with you? The young man looked at Yi Xian. You think you're innocent? Of course you're innocent. However, who told you to see something you shouldn't have? Yi Xian had a headache. I really don't want to get involved in your matters. Don't make trouble for me, all right? The young man looked straight at Yi Xian. No. Qi. The young man's throat suddenly split open, and a stream of blood spurted out. Elder Yinxiao and the black-robed elder's expressions instantly changed. Yi Xian looked straight at the young man. You think you're innocent? Of course, I don't think you're innocent at all. The young man covered his throat with both hands and stared straight at Yi Xian. I'm an immortal. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily. Shut up. I hate people who rely on their backing when they can't win. You don't have any principles at all. Seriously. With that said, a sword sliced off the young man's head. Blood spurted into the sky. It was extremely bloody. Cloudy Sky Elder looked at Yi Xian with shock in his eyes. Who are you? Yi Xian glanced at Elder Yunxiao. With a thought, the latter's head flew off. It was an instant kill. The black-robed man was dumbfounded. What kind of god did he meet? At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm. The young man's storage ring flew into his hand. He glanced at it. There was only a map in the storage ring. Map. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He looked at the black-robed man in the distance. What map is this? The black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. I usually don't like to ask twice, the black-robed man said solemnly. The map of the Godly King Ruins. The Godly King Ruins. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded. I understand. This map belongs to the second clan now. Do you have any objections? The black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. How did the second clan know about this map? It wasn't a coincidence that this man appeared here. It was premeditated. Yi Xian turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Not long after Yi Xian left, an old man appeared. The old man looked at the black-robed man and said solemnly, Li Feng, where's the map? The man called Li Feng said solemnly, It was taken by the second clan. The second clan. The old man frowned. How did the second clan know about the map? Li Feng shook his head. I don't know either. He just killed someone from the celestial family. The old man said solemnly, and killed someone from the celestial family. As he spoke, he looked at Li Feng. He didn't kill you? Li Feng nodded. The old man fell silent for a moment before saying, "He wants to frame the second clan." Li Feng looked at the old man. "Why do you say that?" The old man was expressionless. "If he really is from the second clan, do you think you can still live? The reason he didn't kill you is because he wants to frame the second clan." Li Feng fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then what do we do now?" The old man said calmly, "Just watch." As he spoke, he looked into the starry sky. Someone actually wants to target the second clan. Interesting. Unfortunately, he underestimated the intelligence of the second clan and the celestial family. They won't fall for it. In the starry sky, Yi Xian stopped and took out the map from his spatial ring. After looking at it for a moment, he found that he couldn't understand it at all. This was because he wasn't familiar with the ancient universe at all. And the location of this map was clearly within the ancient universe. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, will they go cause trouble for the second clan?" Yi Xian smiled. "If they really go cause trouble for the second clan, I'll make a huge profit. If they don't, I won't lose anything either. Isn't that right?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Brilliant." Yi Xian laughed out loud. Then he disappeared from where he was. 2 hours later, Yi Xian had basically figured out the ancient universe. In this ancient universe, there were 4 super forces. They were the celestial family, the divine sect, the second clan, and the Buddhist sect. In fact, apart from these 4 super forces, there was originally another force, which was the ancient temple clan. The ancestors of the ancient temple clan were the pioneers of this ancient universe. Unfortunately, the ancient temple clan gradually declined and was finally destroyed by the alliance of the 4 clans. Now the ancient temple clan had completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far away from him, a woman slowly walked over. The woman wore a white dress and had shoulder-length hair. She held a silver saber in her hand. Yi Xian looked at the woman. "The second clan?" The woman shook her head. Yi Xian frowned. "Then you are?" The woman said softly, "Young Master Yi, the second clan has discovered your arrival. Not only that, but they also know that the map is in your hands. Your sowing discord is useless." Yi Xian smiled. "It doesn't matter if it's useless. Lady, I'm a little curious. How do you know me? I think it's my first time in the ancient universe." The woman said, "Not long ago, a genius girl from the second clan suddenly died. That girl was called the second immortal. She was the focus of the second clan. However, she was too arrogant and conceited. She left the ancient universe on her own and went to the Yuan universe. She never returned. Obviously, someone from the Yuan universe killed her. Compared to the ancient universe, the Yuan universe is a lower-level universe. However, someone from there could kill her. Don't you think we're curious?" Yi Xian nodded. "That makes sense. Lady, why are you looking for me?" The woman walked slowly to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, you can't fight against the second clan alone. Especially now that young Master Yi killed someone from the immortal clan. If the 2 clans join hands, young Master Yi, you won't be able to survive." Yi Xian asked with a smile. "So?" The woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "Cooperate with us." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "You are?" The woman said, "Young Master Yi will know when the time comes." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He turned and left. The woman frowned. "Why?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. At this moment, an old man suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian. "We're looking for you because we think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast. Eat." Before he finished speaking, a sword was suddenly inserted into the old man's throat. Chi! A stream of blood spurted out from the back of the old man's neck. Yi Xian looked straight at the old man who was terrified. He smiled. "When you talk to me, you have to be more respectful. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he turned to look at the woman not far away. "Do you think I'm weak?" The woman was speechless. P.S. I suddenly found out that there are 2 more Alliance Masters. Thank you, Fan Shaoxian reader, for your gifts. Thank you very much. Shocking. Thank you, all the readers who gave me gifts. Thank you for everyone's support. The holidays are over. Work hard on writing. Try not to be a second novel. Chapter 2106. It had to be said that the woman was truly shocked at this moment. She knew that Yi Xian was not weak, but she really did not expect Yi Xian to be so strong. The old man in front of Yi Xian was a peak life profound realm expert. However, in front of Yi Xian, he did not even have the strength to fight back. She knew that she had seriously underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian did not kill the old man, but only destroyed his body as a punishment. It was enough to show off. There was no need to kill and become enemies. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and was about to leave. At this moment the woman said, "Young Master Yi, we also have enmity with the Bu'er clan. An enemy's enemy is a friend, right?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Miss, you just want to use me to deal with the Bu'er clan, right?" The woman said in a deep voice, "We can use each other." "Use each other?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "I don't like these fancy things." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The woman looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and after a moment of silence she said, "We underestimated his strength." The old man who only had his soul left said in a deep voice, "Could he be Zhou Xian? Zhou Xian?" Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. "That's not possible. He's too young." At this moment, as if he noticed something, he suddenly looked into the distance. He's going in the direction of the Bu'er clan. Bu'er clan. Hearing this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. That guy is going directly to the Bu'er clan? An hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the Bu'er clan. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you are different from before." Yi Xian said with a smile, "What's different?" Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "You were good at bragging before, but you're still a bit good now." Yi Xian. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. At the same time, countless powerful auras appeared in the surroundings. The elder stared at Yi Xian. "You killed Xianer?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "Are you the patriarch of the Bu'er race?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "No, you don't have the right to see the patriarch." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's head flew off. There were no signs at all. The blood was like a fountain. The Bu'er experts in the dark were all dumbfounded. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Am I now qualified to meet the patriarch of the Bu'er race?" At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. Unfathomable. This thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind the moment he saw the middle-aged man, but his expression remained calm. Not only that, but there was also a faint smile on his face. Eternity Heart Realm. The middle-aged man in front of him was the patriarch of the Bu'er race, Bu'er Yin. He was also a genuine Eternity Heart Realm expert. Bu'er Yin looked at Yi Xian. "You are fearless." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Aren't you looking for me?" "Now, I'm here personally." Bu'er Yin stared at Yi Xian. "Why are you fearless?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. "Why don't you guess?" After a long silence, Bu'er Yin suddenly punched at Yi Xian from a distance. This punch represented an entire universe. As soon as the punch was thrown, Yi Xian instantly sensed an aura of death approaching. Yi Xian's expression was calm. With a gentle push of his thumb, the green profound sword flew out. However, the green profound sword did not attack. Instead, it turned into a sword shield in front of him. Boom! That punch directly landed on the sword shield. Rumble! The sword shield shook violently, and the entire sky boiled. The energy surged towards the sky. In an instant, countless experts in the surroundings retreated rapidly. However, the sword shield forcefully blocked Bu'er Yan's punch. Bu'er Yan glanced at the sword shield in front of Yi Xian and fell silent. At this moment, the sword shield suddenly turned into a sword light and flew back into the scabbard in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian took a step forward and gently pushed with his thumb. Buzz! Along with a sword howl, a ray of light tore through the battlefield. A sword strike to kill. However, he wasn't just targeting Bu'er Yan. He was targeting the entire Bu'er race. At the instant Yi Xian attacked, Bu'er Yan narrowed his eyes, and his right hand grabbed at Yi Xian's green profound sword. Boom! Yi Xian's green profound sword was directly enveloped by a mysterious force. At the same time, the endless power of time was directly trapped by this force. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. What kind of power is this? It's actually able to trap my power of time. At this moment, Bu Eryan suddenly said, "Go! Go!" Yi Xian looked at Bu Eryan. "Go?" Bu Eryan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Why? You're not going to kill me?" Bu Eryan looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian glanced at Bu Eryan and smiled. "I want to fight you. Fight the Eternity Heart Realm." His real purpose in coming to the Bu Er race was to fight the Eternity Heart Realm. Profound Life Realm? He had no interest in it. After a moment of silence, Bu Eryan said, "Let's go somewhere else?" Yi Xian smiled. "All right." Bu Eryan opened his palm and gently swept it. In the next moment, he and Yi Xian appeared in an unknown starry sky. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then looked at Bu Eryan and smiled. "Please enlighten me." Bu Eryan nodded slightly. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he gently clamped his fingers together. Bang! As he did this, a strand of sword light suddenly appeared at the tip of his fingers. Future Slash. At the instant that this strand of sword light was clamped down, another sword had appeared behind his head without any warning. Moreover, there were a few more swords after this one. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't done anything. His swords were the same as before. Meanwhile, Bu Eryan's right hand suddenly pressed down lightly, and the space he was in transformed into an enormous space-time shield. This space-time shield blocked all of Yi Xian's swords outside. However, when Yi Xian's Qing Xian sword slashed over, that space-time shield directly shattered, and the sword pierced straight through, slashing straight at the lone flame. Bu Eryan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist and punched out. A single punch was like a universe. Bang! The space in front of Bu Eryan transformed into an enormous notch, and the green sword was forced to stop on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian fell silent. A Eternity Heart Realm expert was able to resist his future slash. So how had Bu Eryan resisted it? Meanwhile, Bu Eryan's right hand suddenly twisted. Bang! The green sword was blasted flying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green sword flew back into his grasp. In the next moment, he suddenly leaped up, and he was instantly above Bu Eryan. And then he slashed down with his sword. Life Reaper with a single strike. As soon as this strike descended, the starry sky and the surroundings started to be obliterated. Bu Eryan's expression was calm as he blocked with his right hand. Bang! Yi Xian's strike struck Bu Eryan's arm, causing him to retreat by over 10 m. However, he'd forcefully blocked Yi Xian's strike. Moreover, Yi Xian's energy of time flow was useless against him. Even if the starry sky and the surroundings had been obliterated, Bu Eryan was completely unharmed. He wasn't. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. This attack of his didn't just contain the energy of time flow. It also contained the energy of defying time. But Bu Eryan was actually able to disregard it. In the distance, Bu Eryan gazed at Yi Xian. No one beneath the Eternity Heart Realm can resist this attack of yours. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Why are you able to disregard the energy of time flow?" Bu Eryan stared at Yi Xian. "With your identity and background, it's impossible for you to be unaware of the energy of eternity." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The energy of eternity?" Bu Eryan nodded. "The energy of eternity is eternal, undying, and exists eternally in time. Even though your energy of time flow is formidable, it can't be eternal." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand. Then how were you able to resist my future slash?" Bu Eryan fell silent for a moment before he said, "With your current strength, this attack of yours would be able to kill me after an eighth of an hour has passed. And that eighth of an hour is sufficient for me to sense danger. So long as I'm on guard at all times, then your sword won't be able to kill me." Yi Xian stared at Bu Eryan. "What else?" Bu Eryan said, "Deduce your sword." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Deduce my sword?" Bu Eryan nodded. "Both of your attacks are very strong. It can be said that you're invincible beneath the Eternity Heart Realm. You even have the strength to fight an existence above the Eternity Heart realm. Of course, it's definitely impossible for you to kill an existence at the Eternity Heart realm with just these 2 attacks. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The Eternity Heart realm isn't as weak as you think." Yi Xian grinned. "I understand." Bu Eryan suddenly glanced at the sword and shield in front of Yi Xian, and then he said, "That sword of yours provides you with a huge boost in combat strength. You wouldn't be able to pose a threat to me without it." Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Then I won't try using it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi put the green profound sword away into his Xiao Ta. Bu Eryan stared at Yi Xian when he witnessed this scene. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's try again." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in it. He sheathed it before he closed his eyes slowly. "Calm your breath and focus your mind." Moreover, his blood suddenly started to seethe while strands of his bloodline energy surged out incessantly. In an instant, the space in an area of over 100 kilometers around him had transformed into an ocean of blood. However, this wasn't the end of it. The battle intent within him had suddenly been activated at this moment. Bang! The starry sky trembled. Bu Eryan's brows knit together slightly when he witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and spoke softly. "World, help me!" Bang! In an instant, countless worlds seethed. In the next moment, strands of formidable energy, an imposing aura surged over from all the worlds in the universe. In an instant, the entire stellar region seethed and was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly flicked his thumb. OM! With the sound of a sword ringing, a sword suddenly slashed out. It wasn't slash at life or future. It was pure strength. The entire starry sky was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. In the distance, Bu Eryan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. It was a head-on collision. Rumble! Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion resounded in this expanse of the starry sky that had been obliterated. Bang! Bu Eryan was blasted over 10 kilometers away. When he stopped, countless cracks had appeared on his body, but they healed in an instant. After a moment of silence, Bu Eryan raised his head to look at Yi Xian in the distance. "If it wasn't for the enhancement of my bloodline energy, and the energy of all the worlds in the universe, then you wouldn't be able to threaten me." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2107. Needless to say, Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it! Without the profound azure sword, you can't be threatened. Without the power of bloodline, you can't be threatened. Without the power of the universe, you can't be threatened. Was this something a human would say? He realized that after he chose to be shameless, others chose to be shameless. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the profound azure sword appeared in his hand. He smiled. "Your Excellency, let's end the spar here." Saying this, he turned and disappeared into the starry sky. D'Arian did not stop Yi Xian, and let him leave. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside D'Arian. This old man was also at the Eternal Heart Realm. The old man looked at Yi Xian leaving with a cold expression. "Why didn't you make him stay?" D'Arian said softly. "Have you seen such a monstrous person?" Hearing this, the old man was stunned. D'Arian shook his head. "Even that monstrous person Sung Fan is not as good as him." The old man said in a deep voice. "You mean that there is someone behind this person?" D'Arian nodded. "Maybe there is a huge force that we don't know about. Look at the divine abilities and sword skills he used against me. They are not of our world. Especially his sword slashing the future. And the sword in his hand." As he spoke, his eyes became more solemn. The old man shook his head. "He killed Xianer." D'Arian looked at the old man. "Why did he dare to kill Xianer?" The old man was silent. How could he not understand D'Arian's meaning? Yi Xian dared to kill the second immortal. It was obvious that he was not afraid of the second clan. At this moment, D'Arian said again, "Why did he dare to come to our second clan alone?" The old man said in a deep voice, "So we're just going to let it go?" D'Arian said softly, "The most important thing now is to figure out his background. Before that, no one can touch him." Saying this, he turned and left. The old man did not notice that there was a deep sword mark deep in Di Arian's right palm. The old man looked into the distance and left. After leaving the second clan, Yi Xian found a quiet spot in the starry sky. He entered Xiao Ta's body and sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes slowly closed. Eternity Heart Realm. He had to admit that he was very excited at this moment. This was because he discovered that he had the strength to fight against the Eternity Heart Realm, the strongest expert in this universe. Of course, he wasn't completely confident that he could defeat his opponent. Future slaying and life slaying still needed to be strengthened, especially life severing. Against the undying power of the Eternity Heart Realm powerhouse, the power of life severing no longer posed any danger. It had to be strengthened. Not only did he need to slay lives, but he also needed to strengthen single sword slaying the future. If he were to execute a sword strike now, he would only be able to slash his opponent for around 15 minutes in the future. If he could slash his opponent 2 hours in the future, would his opponent be able to defend against it? At this moment, he realized that his future severing was very different from his father's. His father's future severing could sever the future for a very, very long time, but his future severing could only sever the future for a quarter of an hour. Extend the time. The longer it took, the harder it would be for the enemy to defend. And if he wanted to extend the time, he had to find a balance between the power of time flow and the power of reversing time. This was actually quite dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the power of time flow would destroy him. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Undying power. Reversing time posed no threat to him. The true threat was the power of reversing time. As long as he cultivated the undying power, wouldn't he be able to ignore the power of time flow? At that time, wouldn't he be able to slash the future like his father? With one sword strike, his opponent would die a few days later. How heaven-defying! Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited. But soon he calmed down. This undying power could only be achieved by the Eternity Heart Realm. In other words, he had to reach the Eternity Heart Realm first. He did have the cultivation method of the Eternity Heart Realm. But the problem was, where could he find a universe to devour? Moreover, he really couldn't do such a thing. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't you have the heart of the universe?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "I didn't cultivate that." Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "You can make it fuse with your heart. In that way, you'll be the heart of the universe. Of course, there's still a gap when compared to the true heart of the universe. But for you, you only need the undying power. In any case, you don't cultivate, right?" Yi Xian said, "Can I really do that?" Xiao Ta said, "Give it a try." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Does Xiao Yuan agree?" Xiao Ta said, "It definitely agrees. If it fuses with your heart, then who in the world would dare to kill it? After all, it has to kill you to kill it. In other words, it's equivalent to its fate fusing with yours. So long as it doesn't cause trouble for you, it basically won't die. Besides that, once it fuses with your heart, it'll be able to absorb the energy of your bloodline. That's an extremely good thing." Yi Xian chuckled. "Xiao Yuan, are you willing?" Xiao Yuan said, "Young master, I'm willing." Yi Xian nodded. "Then let's fuse." Xiao Yuan chuckled. "All right." As it spoke, it directly arrived at Yi Xian's heart. In the next moment, it transformed into a ray of white light that entered Yi Xian's heart. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian's body shook violently, and then a powerful aura swept out from within him. Rumble! The space within Xiao Ta's body started to ripple violently. Yi Xian was slightly nervous, because he noticed that an extremely terrifying and formidable energy had appeared within his body. And this energy didn't belong to him. It belonged to the heart of the universe, Xiao Yuan. Yi Xian was quite shocked. Xiao Yuan is quite ferocious. At the same time, he felt fortunate that his current physical body was the time physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure Xiao Yuan's terrifying energy. It was truly too terrifying, and it was enough to make him explode. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, absorb Xiao Yuan's energy and fuse with it completely." Yi Xian nodded. and then he sat down cross-legged. He placed his hands on his knees and started to absorb Xiao Yuan's energy madly. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to sense a mysterious energy. Eternal energy. The heart of the universe itself contained eternal energy. Of course, this eternal energy wasn't cultivated by Yi Xian. It was cultivated by Xiao Yuan's former master. Yi Xian was just taking advantage of it. There was no need to cultivate it, and he could just use it. Yi Xian gradually absorbed all of Xiao Yuan's energy. Of course, Xiao Yuan obtained many benefits from him as well. For example, Yi Xian's bloodline energy. After all, Yi Xian's bloodline energy wasn't an ordinary bloodline, and absorbing even a little bit of it was extremely beneficial to him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood up slowly. He spread open his right hand and clenched it lightly. In an instant, the world within Xiao Ta's body split apart. Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Ta suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Young master, are you going to kill me as a sacrifice to the heavens?" Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. "Xiao Ta, you're too fragile. Why don't you cultivate when you're free?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a short while before he said, "I can't cultivate anymore." Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta said indifferently, "Tell me, how should I cultivate?" Yi Xian was silent. Indeed, how could Xiao Ta cultivate? After all, he wasn't a human. Xiao Ta continued, "I'm not like Xiao Han who can devour. Actually, it's my fault. When I was with Xiao Bai, I only cared about playing every day and didn't cultivate properly. Because I could cultivate with Xiao Bai, she could raise my upper limit. But at that time, I, Xiao Ta, was with Master Xiao Bai in area. Damn, who dared to touch me in this world? Do I need to cultivate? Where I stand, who dares not to give me Xiao Ta face?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "But ever since I followed you, my life as a Ta began to be a tragedy. No one gave me face anymore. And you, if you're not being beaten, you're on the way to be beaten. Damn. If the master is strong, I'm proud. If the master is weak, I'm humiliated." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped the woman. "You." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Have you ever loved someone?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman asked again, "Then would you die for her?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I love a lot of people." The woman. P.S. Save up, ready to go, explode mid-month, enjoy. Chapter 2108. Death. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "Miss, I understand your feelings, but I feel that it's too meaningless for you to die like this." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Living is even more meaningless." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "He hopes that you'll live." The woman was silent. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Actually, he could understand the woman. Although the woman had been reborn, but to her, this was an unfamiliar era. Things really remained the same, but the people had changed. It could be said that the woman once knew, as well as her relatives, were no longer in this world. To her, she was lonely. Yi Xian suddenly said, "How about this? You go and stroll around this world. 10 years later. If you still want to die, I won't stop you." The woman looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian smiled. "Consider it as giving yourself a chance, okay?" The woman was silent for a long time, then nodded. "Okay." After saying that, she turned and left. Very soon, the woman disappeared into the distance. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, do you think she will choose to live?" Yi Xian was silent. From the beginning to the end, the woman did not ask for his name, nor did she tell him her name. Why? It was very simple. An indescribable feeling rose in Yi Xian's heart. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, did you foresee this ending, so you chose not to resurrect her?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "Otherwise." Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, "So I misunderstood you." Yi Xian sternly said, "It's good that you know." Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. "You humans are so complicated. For love, you want to die at the drop of a hat. Don't tell me you humans only exist for love. Don't tell me you have friends, parents, relatives. For love, you want to die at the drop of a hat. But have you ever thought about your parents? Your parents raised you up, but you die for someone else. Are they worth it? Yixian suddenly said, have you ever loved? Xiaota. Yixian shook his head. You've never loved, what right do you have to comment? Small Tower said calmly. Could it be that what I said was not reasonable? Yixian smiled. You're right. However, love really can't be discussed with normal reasoning. Of course you're right. We humans don't just live for love, but also for friendship and kinship. As he said, he opened his palm. Qingxian's sword appeared in his hand. So we have to have the strength. Whoever dares to kill my woman, I'll kill him first. If he has enough strength, I'll kill him. Small Tower smiled and said, Little Lord, you're becoming more and more domineering now. Yixian laughed out loud. He did not continue arguing with the Small Tower. He opened his palm, and the map he obtained from the immortals appeared in his hand. Yixian looked at the map in his hand. Soon, he knew where the location marked on the map was. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. The old man glanced at the map in Yixian's hand and narrowed his eyes. You've got guts. How dare you kill someone from my Xian family and steal our treasure map? Yixian said with a smile. So what? Do you have a problem with that? The old man looked at Yixian, his heart full of wariness. Yixian suddenly smiled. You should know that I've been to the Bu'er clan, right? The old man stared at Yixian. Why? Yixian smiled and asked. Is your Xian family stronger than the Bu'er clan? The old man frowned slightly. Yixian laughed and turned to leave. The old man didn't dare to stop him. He naturally knew that Yixian had been to the Bu'er clan, but Yixian had escaped unscathed. What did this mean? There were two possibilities. First, Yixian was strong enough that the Bu'er clan couldn't kill him. Second, the Bu'er clan didn't dare to kill him. No matter which one it was very terrifying. After a long silence, the old man turned to leave. Actually, the Xian family didn't dare to make a move, because until now, they still hadn't figured out Yixian's origins. However, they didn't intend to give up just like that. Yixian rode on his sword in the starry sky. His target was the Godly King historical site. At this moment he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and gently pushed with his thumb. Chi! The Siam profound sword tore through the battlefield. Boom! Thousands of feet away, an afterimage suddenly retreated. It was a woman. Yixian knew this woman. It was the woman with the saber, who wanted to join forces with him. Yixian looked at the woman with the saber. What's the matter? The woman with the saber said in a deep voice. Young Master Yi, we sincerely want to cooperate with you. Yixian frowned slightly. But I don't need it. Understand? The woman with the saber stared at Yixian. They won't let you off. Yixian said with a smile. Miss, this is my own business. As he said that, he blinked. Don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, this big good head of yours won't belong to you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and rode on his sword, disappearing into the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. In the same place, the woman with the saber was silent for a moment before saying softly, arrogant. 2 hours later, Yixian arrived in the middle of the clouds. He looked around and frowned slightly. This was the location shown on the map, but there was nothing here except for clouds. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, there's an entrance here. Yixian hurriedly asked, where? Xiaota said, it's a few dozen feet in front of you. Yixian looked in front of him, but there was nothing there. Xiaota said indifferently, don't use your eyes. Look with your heart. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he found a stone door in front of him. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Xiaota, you still have some skills. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Young master, am I just a piece of trash in your heart? Yixian didn't talk nonsense with Xiaota. He walked through the stone door. As soon as he entered the stone door, he felt his vision blur. The time and space in front of him distorted. In the next moment, he had already appeared in a huge bluestone square. On the square, there were 4 giant pillars that supported the sky. In the middle of these 4 giant pillars, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, a middle-aged man sat. Yixian looked at the middle-aged man with a vigilant expression. Did he not die? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head. Not far in front of him, there was a young monk who had appeared out of nowhere. The young monk wore a simple monk's robe. He had his palms together, and a faint smile on his face. He looked very approachable. Monk sect. Seeing Yi Xian look over, the monk smiled slightly as a greeting. Yi Xian said with a smile, "You're from the monk sect, right?" The monk nodded. "This little monk Xing Fan greets young Master Yi." Yi Xian said with a smile, "You know me?" Xing Fan nodded slightly. Young Master Yi killed an immortal expert the moment he arrived. Not only that, but he also dared to challenge the Bu-Er clan's patriarch alone. In the end he escaped unscathed. Now, I'm afraid there's no one in the ancient universe who doesn't know young Master Yi. Yi Xian said with a smile. "You also came for this relic?" Xing Fan nodded. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man who sat on the throne in the distance, and then he said, "Monk, is he that divine king?" Xing Fan glanced at Yi Xian and explained, "Divine King Creation. A peerless expert of the invincible ancient universe all those years ago. According to rumor, he's an expert above the Eternity Heart realm. Of course, it's only a rumor. The various large powers have been constantly searching for his relic, and they found it not too long ago. I never expected that it would fall into young Master Ye's hands in the end." When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head slightly. Fate really is a profound word. Divine King Creation. Yi Xian walked over to Divine King Creation and sized up the middle-aged man. The latter's aura wasn't there, and there wasn't even the slightest sign of life. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. Meanwhile, Xing Fan suddenly walked over to Divine King Creation, pressed his palms together, and bowed deeply. "Junior Sun Fan greets Senior Divine King." There was no response. Xing Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "Since Senior left his relic here, I presume you have some sort of unfulfilled wish. If Senior doesn't mind, then I'm willing to serve Senior." Meanwhile, Divine King suddenly opened his eyes. Xing Fan bowed slightly once more when he witnessed this scene, and he revealed a respectful yet not humble expression. The Divine King gazed at Xing Fan, and he remained silent for a long time before he said, "Not bad." Xing Fan bowed once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, look at me as well." The Divine King turned to look at Yi Xian, and his brows knit together slightly when he saw Yi Xian. A short moment later he spoke softly, "Young man, you're not simple at all." Yi Xian grinned. The Divine King suddenly said, "Both of you came for my inheritance, right?" Xing Fan nodded. Yi Xian shook his head instead. Both the Divine King and Xing Fan gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "I merely came here to admire Senior's elegance, and not to obtain Senior's inheritance. Now that I've seen Senior, it's enough. As for the inheritance..." As he spoke, he glanced at Xing Fan and smiled. "I'll give it to Brother Xing Fan." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xing Fan frowned slightly, because he felt that something was off. The Divine King gazed at Yi Xian, with a trace of a teasing smile on his face. "Interesting." Yi Xian walked towards the door. His expression was very calm, but he was shouting in his heart, "Ask him to make me stay. Ask him to make me stay." However, the Divine King had no intention of speaking at all, and just allowed Chunxi to leave. Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed. Damn it! Why isn't the Divine King playing by the rules? Do I really have to leave just like that? How could I be willing to leave just like that? Behind him, the Divine King and Xing Fan were looking at Yi Xian. The Divine King still had a faint smile on his face. That smile was meaningful. As for Xing Fan, he frowned. Isn't this guy leaving? Why is he walking so slowly? Can't he walk faster? Soon Yi Xian reached the door. When he was about to step out of the door, the green profound sword in his left hand suddenly fell to the ground. Buzz! A faint sword hum rang out. Yi Xian suddenly said, I dropped my sword." As he spoke, he picked it up and pulled out the green profound sword. After sizing up the green profound sword, he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, it's not broken. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the door. At this moment, the Divine King suddenly said, "Wait!" Xing Fan, Chapter 2109. Sung Fan pressed his palms together as he gazed at Yi Xian, and he was extremely speechless. He'd finally figured it out. This fellow doesn't want to leave at all, and he's playing hard to get. How treacherous. Yi Xian stopped when he heard the Divine King, and then he turned around and walked quickly over to the Divine King. Senior, do you have any instructions for me? The Divine King spoke softly. Can I have a look at the sword in your hand? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. However, you can only look at it and not sense it. Can I? The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. All right. Yi Xian passed the green profound sword to the Divine King. After the latter received the green profound sword, his expression instantly turned grave. Yi Xian stood there quietly and did not speak. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through the Divine King's eyes after he looked at it for a short while. Dao Monarch Mo. There's someone even earlier than you. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Who's the person who made this sword? Yi Xian replied, a relative. A relative. The Divine King grinned. You said that you didn't come here for my inheritance, so I thought you were just trying to trick me. As he spoke, he shook his head. You really don't need my inheritance when you have such a relative. Yi Xian hurriedly said. No. Senior doesn't know. But this relative of mine told me to learn from the outstanding people of the world. That's why I've come here. The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and Sung Fan, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, Both of you are extraordinary geniuses even during my era. Both of you are very outstanding, but I only have a single inheritance. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Can we each have one? Sung Fan hurriedly nodded. I think so. Yi Xian was speechless. The Divine King roared with laughter. Under normal circumstances, that would be possible. However, my situation is special, and I can only transmit it to one person. Yi Xian and Sung Fan glanced at each other. Both of them fell silent. The Divine King suddenly said, Back then, I did have an unfulfilled wish. Whichever of you two can help me complete it, my inheritance will be given to that person. The two of them were silent. God King smiled. My inheritance, other than my lifetime's worth of cultivation, can also help you all reach beyond the universe heart, opening a new door for you all, allowing you to enter a higher martial civilization. Apart from that, there is also a mysterious gift. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior, you can tell me your wish. The Divine King opened his palm, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, a trace of guilt flashed in the God King's eyes. This jade pendant was given to me by the person I love. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Later on, I let her down. In this life, I have a clear conscience towards the heavens and earth, but I have let her down. She once swore that she would never want to see me again in this life. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and Sung Fan. Whichever of you can make her come here to see me, my inheritance will belong to that person. Sung Fan asked, That senior is still alive? The Divine King nodded. Yi Xian suddenly asked, May I ask, how did senior let that senior down? The Divine King fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I once promised her that I would never leave her in this life. Later on, I had another woman. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more and didn't speak any further. Yi Xian and Sung Fan's expressions became strange. Trash. Yi Xian and Sung Fan exchanged glances. Both of them noticed that this mission didn't seem to be so easy to complete. The Divine King suddenly said, I won't ask for her forgiveness. I just want to apologize to her in person. Sung Fan was slightly puzzled. Senior can't take the initiative to see her? The Divine King nodded. She said that she doesn't want to see me again unless she dies. I know her character, and she will do what she says. If I take the initiative to see her, then I'm afraid she will do something stupid. Both Yi Xian and Sung Fan had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the Divine King flicked his finger, and then two rays of white light entered the center of their brows. This is where she lives. Meanwhile, Sung Fan was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Sung Fan. You know her? Sung Fan hesitated for a moment and said, To tell you the truth, she's in my sect. Yi Xian's face froze. The Divine King sighed softly. Sung Fan suddenly pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. I'm willing to do my best. As he spoke, he turned around and left. The Divine King gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, can I curse? The Divine King smiled. You can. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, You really are trash. The Divine King roared with laughter. And then he flicked his sleeve. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted out of the hall. As soon as he stopped moving, his time body cracked apart, causing blood to spray out. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it! I said I can curse. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He utilized time energy to repair his body. And then he turned around and left. At the same time, he was quite shocked in his heart. The Divine King is so ferocious. He's absolutely not someone an Eternity Heart Realm expert can go against. After he left, Yi Xian headed straight for the monk world. The monk world resided in the monk world. Compared to the other powers, the monk world had a very good reputation in the ancient universe. Not only did they frequently do good deeds, they rarely killed. Yi Xian had just entered the monk world when an old monk obstructed his path. This person was the monk world's head monk, Sung Wu. Sung Wu pressed his palms together. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian blinked. Senior, you wouldn't stop me from entering, right? Sung Wu blinked. That's right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Yi Xian said solemnly. What happened to fair competition? Sung Wu smiled. Young Master Yi, this is the monk world. We have the right to stop you from entering. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. As far as I know, the monk world also cultivates the mind, right? Sung Wu nodded. Yi Xian looked straight at Sung Wu. Then do you feel guilty for doing this? Sung Wu shook his head. We won't let you in, not to beat you to death. Why would I feel guilty? Just like you, young Master Yi. That sword in your hand is so good. Can you give it to us? If you don't, will you feel guilty? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, That Sung Fan and I are competing fairly. Even if he wins because of your tricks, it's not an honorable victory. Aren't you afraid of ruining his mental state? Sung Wu smiled. Young Master Yi worries too much. In order to achieve our goals, we naturally won't do such actions. But the problem is, we just don't welcome young Master Yi into the monk world. This isn't considered unscrupulous, right? Moreover, as far as I know, the reason why young Master Yi found out about the Divine King ancient ruins was because he killed people to seize their treasures. So does young Master Yi not feel guilty for doing such actions? Yi Xian smiled and said, The immortals came to find trouble with me first. They wanted to kill me, so I can naturally kill them, isn't that right? Sung Wu nodded. Young Master Yi is right. Those who kill can be killed by others. Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it. This old monk is playing Tai Chi. Sung Wu smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's not convenient for my monk world to welcome guests today. Another day, I will personally invite young Master Yi to be a guest in the ancient world. At that time, this old monk will personally apologize to young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. Sung Wu pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Long live I understand. Yi Xian smiled. And then he looked towards the depths of the monk world. He fell silent for a moment before he said, Is a man like him still worthy of you continuing to love? His voice was transmitted through profound energy, and it instantly spread throughout the entire monk world. In front of Yi Xian, Sung Wu felt a slight headache. If it was any other person, he would have slapped that person a long time ago. But when facing Yi Xian, he was extremely fearful as well. This fellow had just gone to the Boer clan and caused a huge ruckus. Yet the Boer clan still allowed him to retreat unscathed. Not only that, after Yi Xian killed the members of the Immortals hadn't made a move until now, and it was as if they didn't know about it. At a time like this, the monk world naturally couldn't stand out and provoke Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The woman wore a monk's robe, but her hair was long and without a gradient. Sung Wu bowed slightly when he saw the woman. Obviously, the woman's status in the monk world was extremely high. The woman stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior still loves him, right?" The woman suddenly placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder, and she said lightly, "Say that again." Yi Xian said with a smile, "You hate him very much. Why would you hate him? Because of love. If you don't love him, then you won't hate him anymore." The woman stared at Yi Xian. She didn't speak, nor did she make a move. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman. "He isn't worthy of your love, but you can't let go of this relationship, right?" The woman said with a smile, "Do you think you know everything?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Senior, I'm not here to persuade you to go see him. I just want to tell you that this isn't your fault. You entrusted yourself to the wrong person, and it was he who let you down. It's his fault, and you shouldn't waste your youth for someone who isn't worth it. Letting him off is letting yourself off as well." The woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. "Let him off? How do you want me to let him off? Back then, he personally told me that he would hold my hand and grow old with me. But what happened? Do you know how he treated me? He fooled around with another woman behind my back. And that woman even came to show off in front of me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "If that's the case, then why do you still love him?" The woman roared angrily. "I only have hatred for him now." Yi Xian said, "He seems to have fallen." The woman fell silent. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "He did feel guilty towards you, and you hate him. So you want to punish him, so that he will live in guilt for the rest of his life." As he said that, he shook his head. "Senior, what you're doing is wrong. You're not punishing him, you're punishing yourself. On the contrary, when he learns that you hate him, he might even be secretly happy, because he thinks that you hate him because you still love him. Your hatred can't punish a man who no longer loves you. And if he really loves you, he won't let you hate him. When he was with another woman, you should know that he no longer loves you." The woman fell silent. Yi Xian said again, "I'm not a saint. I won't let you learn how to be carefree or let go. If I were you, when he was with another woman, I would find another man, and I would change my man every day. Moreover, with Senior's looks, I believe that he wasn't the only one who pursued you back then. Senior, the best way to punish a man is for you to live a better life than him, and not for you to live a worse life than him." After a moment of silence, the woman looked at Yi Xian. Then she sized up Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. "Damn it. I didn't ask you to look for me. F***ck. Did I get myself into this? P.S. No tickets today." Chapter 21:10. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Yi Xian's heart relaxed when he heard that. It looked like this woman didn't have such thoughts, otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The woman suddenly asked, "He wants me to see him?" Yi Xian nodded. "He said that as long as you see him, he will give us the inheritance." The woman stared at Yi Xian. "Do you believe him?" Yi Xian frowned. "He wouldn't lie, right?" The woman said indifferently, "He even lied to his own woman, let alone you." Yi Xian glanced at the woman and didn't speak. The woman spoke again. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xian said, "He has already fallen, so there's no reason for him to come out and play with people." The woman sneered. "In the boundless world, who doesn't exist?" Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. The woman continued, "I'll accompany you to see him." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The woman said, "I've been persuaded by you. I'll go with you to see him and settle this enmity." Yi Xian looked at the woman and didn't speak. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "It's up to you whether you want to come or not." With that, she turned around and left. Staying where he was, Yi Xian followed after a moment of silence. Sung Fan was about to follow, but was stopped by the old monk. Sung Fan looked at the old monk, and Sung Wu said softly, "She told you not to follow." Sung Fan said solemnly, "Is she trying to trick Yi Xian?" Sung Wu sighed softly. Soon Yi Xian and the woman arrived at the godly king ruin. The woman walked directly to the godly king and looked at him with a calm expression. At this moment, The godly king slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him with a smile. "You're here." The woman's expression was still calm. "Didn't you want to see me? Now I'm here." The godly king smiled. "I'm sorry about what happened back then." The woman smiled. "It's nothing, it's all in the past. Isn't it?" The divine king looked at the woman without saying a word. The woman suddenly said, "Have I ever asked you for anything?" The god king shook his head. The woman suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Can I beg you to kill him?" Yi Xian's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The divine king glanced at Yi Xian, then at the woman. "Why?" The woman chuckled. "I just don't like it. Is that okay?" The god king fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You don't seem surprised." Yi Xian ignored the woman and looked at the god king instead. "I know why you left this woman back then. To be honest, I'm starting to understand you. If it was me, I would also leave such a brainless woman." With that, he turned around and left. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at the god king. "Why? Are you unwilling?" In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the woman. "Woman, you shouldn't ask him if he's willing or not, but if he dares or not." "Kill me? Your wishful thinking isn't bad. You want to use the power behind me to target the god king, staining him with karma. If I'm not wrong, the god king hasn't truly fallen. But foolish woman, you've neglected one point. He doesn't dare to kill me." The god king looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled. "Try touching me?" The god king glanced at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then let's try." Yi Xian suddenly raised his thumb. Wang! A sword hum suddenly resounded in the hall. In the next moment, a sword slashed toward the god king. In the distance, the god king's expression was calm. He opened his right hand and lightly tapped. This tap directly blocked Yi Xian's azure profound sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the air. In an instant, the force of all realms and the momentum of all realms gathered in his body. Not only that, but the power of his bloodline, the core of the universe, and his fighting will were also exerted at this moment. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. It was a full-strength strike. This slash caused the god king to frown slightly. He suddenly let go of Yi Xian's sword and punched forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. However, the god king also retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The moment he stopped, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. A sword slashed the future, and it was the azure profound sword. This sword directly froze the god king's soul. At the same time, the azure profound sword began to frantically absorb the god king's soul. The god king stared at the distant Yi Xian. A sword slashes the future. He hadn't been able to defend against this attack, because this was the attack that Yi Xian had attacked earlier. To be more precise, Yi Xian had attacked as soon as he entered the hall. This attack came first. As for whether it would kill or not, that would depend on the situation. Yi Xian glanced at the god king. "You want to rely on a strand of soul to kill me? Are you dreaming?" The god king stared at Yi Xian. "How arrogant of you." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. "Do you think I care about your inheritance? How laughable. I have so many properties waiting for me to inherit. Do I need your inheritance? Are you daydreaming?" Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master, master isn't dead yet. Watch your words." Yi Xian spoke seriously. "He'll be mine sooner or later." Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, "You father and son are really filial." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman in the distance was about to speak. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a sword pierced through her throat. Blood splattered everywhere. A sword slashed the future. At the very beginning, Yi Xian didn't attack once, but twice. One sword slashed the god king, and the other sword slashed the woman. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "I won't let you speak. Just watch quietly and don't speak. Understand?" The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the two of them and said, "I'm really unlucky to have met you two weirdos." In the distance, The strand of soul of the God King had turned completely illusory. The God King looked at Yi Xian. This is just a strand of my soul. Yi Xian's heart stirred suddenly, and the green profound sword stopped absorbing the God King's soul. Yi Xian stared at the God King. Come. Let your main body come. His main body came. The God King looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, What the hell are you looking at? Come on. Let your main body come immediately. If I cower, my surname isn't Yi. The God King was silent. Damn it. He had never met such an arrogant person. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the God King and said mockingly, What, your main body doesn't dare to come? The God King stared at Yi Xian. The reason why you're so arrogant is because of the person behind you. If you don't have anyone behind you, what are you? You. Yi Xian smiled. But I do. King do. My sister is invincible, my father is invincible, and my brother is invincible. If you King don't like it, go kill them. Hearing that, the God King's soul dimmed from anger. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He directly let the azure profound sword absorb the God King's soul. At this moment Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, it hasn't been easy for you either. Honestly speaking, you've relied on your own strength all this time. These people are also weirdos. Their realms are so much higher than yours, but they bully the weak and don't allow you to rely on others. What kind of logic is that? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Xiao Ta, you finally said something human. It hasn't been easy. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the woman beside him. At this moment, Sung Wu and the other powerhouses appeared. Sung Wu hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Chi. Before Sung Wu could finish speaking, a sword plunged into the woman's forehead. The faces of Sung Wu and the others froze, and an old monk behind him was about to attack, but was stopped by Sung Wu. Yi Xian walked slowly over to the woman, and the woman gazed at Yi Xian without any fear in her eyes. I underestimated you. Yi Xian gazed at her. Do you know why I'm so angry? I'd intended to mediate the enmity between the two of you, so that both of you can be free. But I never expected that both of you would be free instead. Yet both of you came at me together. Damn it. How can you do that? Is that something a human should do? As he spoke, he suddenly pinched the woman's face with his right hand, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Not to mention a moron like the God King doesn't want a woman like you. Even Tianyi wouldn't want you. Tianyi. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, to be honest, Tianyi is just a little arrogant. Actually, he doesn't have any other flaws. Besides that, he's been dead for so many years. Just let him go. Whipping his corpse from time to time is really going too far. Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he turned around and left. He hadn't chosen to kill the woman. Sung Wu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at the woman. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I'm afraid of dirtying my sword. He intended to leave once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly floated out. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Ta. Are you going to put on a show before you leave? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. Young master, do you think I'm like you? As it spoke, it slowly floated to the center of the 4 pillars. Young lord, you've just fought with that God King, and this hall has already been destroyed. However, these 4 pillars are still standing. Don't you notice that something's wrong? Yi Xian glanced at the 4 pillars and frowned slightly. Indeed, when he had exchanged blows with the Divine King, the 2 of them had been extremely powerful. Just as Small Tower had said, the entire palace hall had been destroyed, but the 4 pillars hadn't. Not only that, the 4 pillars hadn't been damaged in the slightest. How extraordinary! Yi Xian walked over to one of the pillars, and he hesitated for a moment before he pressed his fingers together and swiped. A ray of sword energy slashed directly onto one of the pillars. However, the sword energy shattered on the spot, but the pillar was completely unharmed. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. This! As he spoke, he sized up the pillar again. And then he exclaimed with pleasant surprise, "A treasure! This is a treasure! Xiao Ta, I never expected that you would still be of some use." Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'm fucking having a mental breakdown. Yi Xian." Chapter 21:11. In the field, Yi Xian sized up the pillar in front of him curiously. What's inside the pillar? Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense, and noticed that his divine sense couldn't enter the pillar at all. That shocked Yi Xian. That's something. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew the green profound sword and swept it lightly. Hiss! The pillar split open, and at this moment, an extremely sharp shriek suddenly sounded from within the pillar. A living creature? Yi Xian was stunned. Sung Wu and the others were stunned as well. Meanwhile, the pillar was suddenly torn apart, and then a demon beast flew out. This demon beast was shaped like an eagle, and it was completely dark green with blood-red eyes. Its body flickered in and out of existence, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What demon beast is this? Meanwhile, Sung Wu suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at Sung Wu. Wind Soul Beast. Sung Wu's expression was extremely solemn. According to legend, when the ancient universe was born, there were 4 great divine beasts and 4 great ancient beasts in the world. This Wind Soul Beast is one of them. It has a nickname, Soul Chasing in the Wind, and its speed is said to be the fastest in the world. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at the Wind Soul Beast and asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, who's stronger between it and Arya? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment and said, Young master, based on the current situation, only 3 sword strikes can break through Arya's defense. Who do you think is stronger? Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. However, this demon beast is very strong as well. It seems to be at the Eternity Heart realm, and ordinary demon beasts are stronger than humans of the same realm. You can subdue it and gain a great helper. Yi Xian asked, How do I subdue it? Xiao Ta said, Don't you know how to bluff? You bluff. Yi Xian's face darkened. In front of Yi Xian, the Wind Soul Beast was also staring at Yi Xian. It didn't make a move and just stared at him. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, How about you follow me? The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian and gulped. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this guy can't be thinking of eating me, right? At this moment, the Wind Soul Beast suddenly approached Yi Xian. It sniffed lightly with its nose and revealed a trace of greed on its face. But this greed quickly turned into fear. Yi Xian was somewhat baffled by this demonic beast. Xiao Ta suddenly said, It wants to drink your blood, but it also feels that you are very dangerous. So it wants to attack but doesn't dare. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then flicked his finger, and a drop of blood suddenly floated in front of the Wind Soul Beast. The Wind Soul Beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and it directly sucked the drop of blood into its mouth. Boom! As the blood entered its body, the Wind Soul Beast directly trembled, and its face revealed a very intoxicated expression. Yi Xian was a little curious. Xiao Ta, is my blood very tempting to demonic beasts? Xiao Ta said, There are 2 reasons. First, your blood is the crazy demon bloodline. It is very powerful. Second, you once devoured Arya's bloodline, and Arya's bloodline was enhanced by Little White. Do you understand? Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. As he said, he looked at the Wind Soul Beast. Follow me, and I will give you a drop of blood every day. The Wind Soul Beast was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you not willing? The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence it nodded. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is this nod of yours willing or not? Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian said again. Can it speak human language? The Wind Soul Beast shook its head. It opened its mouth to speak a bunch of gibberish, but Yi Xian couldn't understand at all. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta, what is it saying? Xiao Ta said, It said you are like a retard. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiao Ta, are you sure? Xiao Ta said seriously, Young master, do you think I need to scold you? Even if I, Xiao Ta, want to scold people, I will do it in front of them. Yi Xian looked at the Wind Soul Beast with an unfriendly expression. The Wind Soul Beast had an innocent expression. What happened? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you can see its ability." Yi Xian nodded. "Wind Soul Beast, let me see your strength." As he said, he turned to look at Sung Wu. "Beat him up." Sung Wu was speechless. The Wind Soul Beast turned to look at Sung Wu, and then it suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Sung Wu's expression changed drastically. "Damn it! This kid has no morals." Sung Wu pressed his palms together and chanted, "Immovable divine might." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light suddenly arose from his body. Bang! The Wind Soul Beast collided with the ray of golden light. In an instant, the space in the surroundings shattered, and Sung Wu was blasted into a boundless abyss of space and time. It wasn't just that, countless cracks had appeared on the golden light around him. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. This Wind Soul Beast is quite ferocious. The Wind Soul Beast was just about to attack when Sung Wu suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Wind Soul Beast stopped. Sung Wu gazed at Yi Xian, and then he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi, I'm not a match for this Wind Soul Beast. I admit defeat. Please don't fight." Yi Xian smiled. "Master Monk, I was just joking. Don't get angry." Sung Wu shook his head slightly and laughed bitterly. "Damn it. This kid isn't just an ordinary bad guy." Yi Xian gazed at the Wind Soul Beast, while a wisp of a solemn expression could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The Wind Soul Beast's speed was truly too terrifying. At the instant it attacked just now, even he wasn't able to capture its movements. Even though it was at the Eternal Heart Realm as well, its strength absolutely far surpassed ordinary Eternal Heart Realm experts. "I've picked up a treasure." Yi Xian walked over to the Wind Soul Beast and grinned. "Follow me in the future, and you'll obtain huge benefits." The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian, and then it hesitated for a very long time before it nodded. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he walked over to the next pillar. He sized it up for a moment, and then he destroyed it with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, a demon beast walked out slowly. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger, had a pair of horns on its head, and was covered in thick dark golden scales. Moreover, it even had 3 tails. Yi Xian sized up the demon beast before him, and then he gazed at Sung Wu. The latter spoke in a low voice. "A divine Ho, one of the 4 great primeval beasts." Yi Xian gazed at the divine Ho, and the divine Ho was staring at him as well. Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a drop of blood essence flew over to the divine Ho. The divine Ho was slightly stunned, and then it sniffed lightly before swallowing Yi Xian's blood essence. Just like the Wind Soul Beast from before, the divine Ho's entire body trembled after it swallowed Yi Xian's blood essence, and then it revealed an intoxicated expression. Yi Xian smiled. "Follow me, and you'll get a drop of blood essence every day. Deal?" The divine Ho gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled. "Xiao Ta, communicate with it." Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment, and then he started to communicate with the divine Ho. A short while later, the divine Ho gazed at Yi Xian, nodded slightly, and displayed that it was willing to follow him. Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Xiao Ta, what did you say to it?" Xiao Ta said, "I said that if you die one day, your blood will belong to it." Yi Xian's face froze. Sung Wu hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, they're willing to follow you? Are they willing to follow you?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Sung Wu's expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Sung Wu spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, the 4 ancient beasts have another nickname, and they're the 4 ferocious beasts. Anyone who goes by their side will never meet a good end." Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, "Don't dwell on that. Arya is a ferocious beast, aren't we?" When it spoke up to hear, it seemed to have thought of something and didn't continue. Yi Xian was quite curious. "What's wrong?" Xiaota spoke in a low voice. Damn it. I neglected one thing. Arya is an extremely evil beast in the world. So long as there's evil in the world, then she'll basically never die. Yi Xian asked. And then? Is there a problem? Xiaota said. The reason we're fine by following her is because Master is strong enough. He can suppress all the bad things, but the problem is you, young Master. Even though you're very strong now, but according to the 3-day law, I keep having the feeling that you're going downhill. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said, I feel that young Master should be mentally prepared. Yi Xian laughed. Young Master, don't worry. This time, I won't be hung up and beaten again. Even though I don't dare say that I'm invincible under 3 strikes. But there shouldn't be many who can match me under 3 strikes. Even if there are, I wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter all of them, right? Xiaota spoke in a low voice. That's true. Yi Xian laughed, and then he walked to the next pillar. He sized it up before him, and then he swept it lightly with his sword. Hiss! The pillar split open. Yi Xian glanced at the pillars before him, and he was actually quite shocked, because he noticed that the pillars were extremely hard. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then he might not have been able to break them open. When he thought up to this point, he put away the fragments of the pillars. I'll keep them to forge a set of armor in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xian gazed at the pillar before him. After the pillar split open, Yi Xian saw a pair of eyes that seemed like lava. Yi Xian was shocked. There was a woman standing in front of him. She wore a fiery red dress, and her hair was like threads of fire that emanated an extremely terrifying and scorching aura. Especially her eyes, they seemed as if they were made from lava, and they burned with raging flames. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian sized her up, and then he turned to look at Sung Wu. Sung Wu hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. I haven't. Yi Xian was speechless. On the other hand, the Wind Soul Beast and Shun Ho lowered their heads slowly when the woman appeared, and they displayed their respect and submission. Yi Xian gazed at the woman, and then he hesitated for a moment, before he tapped with his finger. A drop of blood essence floated slowly towards the woman. The woman glanced at it, and then she suddenly charged forward, and smashed her fist towards Yi Xian's chest. Her speed was indescribably swift. Yi Xian didn't even have the chance to react before her fist smashed against his chest. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively into an unknown spatial abyss. His body didn't shatter, but a strand of blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth. He'd only just stopped when a hand clamped down on his throat and slowly lifted him up. Xiaota suddenly said, I told you to be mentally prepared. You refused to believe that. Damn it. You really can't stay handsome for 3 days. Accept your fate. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota asked again, Why didn't you fight back? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, The sword still needs to fly for a while. Xiaota was speechless. Chapter 21:12. He still had to fly for a while longer. He'd attacked as soon as the woman attacked, and he'd even slashed the future with it. However, he hadn't expected that the woman would restrain him first, and his sword would take a while to appear. At this moment, he'd noticed the greatest flaw of slashing the future with a single slash. It targeted the future, and it was elusive and impossible to guard against. But what about now? If someone were to kill him now? The biggest precondition to executing the slash was that he couldn't die right now. Meanwhile, the woman in front of Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Stop that attack of yours. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it wasn't unpleasant. Conversely, it carried the smell of smoke, and it was very special. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he heard her. She actually knew that he'd executed the slash. Damn it! How could she possibly know? Meanwhile, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Stop. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Stop at the same time. The woman fell silent for a moment, and then she relaxed her right hand. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword immediately stopped. The woman glanced at Yi Xian in silence, but there was a trace of vigilance in her eyes. She wasn't confident in her ability to defend herself against the slash Yi Xian had executed just now. Besides the special nature of the slash itself, it was also because of the green profound sword. The defenses of demon beasts were very strong, but only Arya wasn't afraid of the green profound sword. Yi Xian gazed at the woman. "What's your name?" The woman stared at Yi Xian without speaking. She just stared at him. Yi Xian smiled. "What's your name, miss?" The woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "The Divine Oracle." "The Divine Oracle?" Yi Xian blinked. "One of the 4 great ancient beasts." The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, Sung Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young man, the Divine Oracle isn't one of the 4 great ancient beasts. It's one of the 4 great divine beasts. Moreover, it's the leader of the 4 divine beasts." Yi Xian was stunned. He then looked at the woman. "Why are you with the 4 ancient beasts?" The Divine Oracle looked at Yi Xian. "You're in trouble." Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" The Divine Imperial Court remained calm. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and turned to look at the Wind Soul Beast and Shen Ho. "Do you think he can protect you?" The 2 beasts fell silent. After a while, the Wind Soul Beast began to speak in gibberish. Yi Xian frowned. "Xiao Ta, what did it say?" Xiao Ta said, "It said following you it's safe." Yi Xian laughed. He looked at the Wind Soul Beast and praised, "You have good taste." Then he looked at the Divine Imperial Goddess. "Divine Imperial Goddess, if I'm not wrong, you were trapped here before, right?" The Divine Imperial Goddess stared at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence she said, "Human run." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Why?" The Divine Imperial Goddess said softly, "As you said, we were trapped here. The Divine King is just a guard. There is a force behind him that you can't afford to provoke. You killed a wisp of his divine soul, and let us go. This is the same as provoking that force. You have no idea what you will face next." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Can you tell me more about that force?" The Divine Imperial Goddess looked at Yi Xian. "Have you heard of the monster sect?" "Monster sect?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Never." After a moment of silence, the Divine Imperial Goddess opened her palm, and a storage ring floated in front of Yi Xian. "This ring contains the monster core I collected. Consider it my repayment for saving my life." Then she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Will they let you go?" The Divine Imperial Goddess shook her head. "No." Yi Xian said, "They won't let me go either. If that's the case, then we can work together. What do you think?" The Divine Imperial Goddess turned to look at Yi Xian. "I, the Divine Imperial Goddess, will not surrender to the monster beast, nor will I follow a human." Then she was about to leave. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the Divine Imperial Goddess. He smiled. "Let's talk somewhere else." Then he brought the Divine Imperial Goddess into the Xiao Ta. After entering the Xiao Ta, the Divine Imperial Goddess's pupils contracted. It was obvious that she had discovered the uniqueness of the space inside the Xiao Ta. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the Divine Imperial Goddess suddenly looked at him. "What did you just say?" Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he said, "Let's talk somewhere else." The Divine Imperial Goddess shook her head. "The previous sentence." Yi Xian said, "Let's work together." The Divine Imperial Goddess immediately agreed. Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "How fragrant." Yi Xian glanced at the Divine Imperial Goddess and said, "I thought you don't follow a human?" The Divine Imperial Goddess's expression was calm. "It's for different people." Yi Xian. At this moment, the Divine Imperial Goddess suddenly said, "Release the other monster beast as well." Yi Xian nodded. He left Xiao Ta and went to the pillar. He held his sword and lightly cut it. Hiss! The pillar immediately shattered. At this moment, a monster beast slowly walked out. The monster beast was shaped like an ape. Its muscles bulged as it walked, and it was filled with strength. Yi Xian sized up the demon beast, and then he said, "What's this?" Sung Wu quickly said, "Fei Lian, one of the 4 primordial beasts." Fei Lian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the Divine Imperial Goddess suddenly appeared in front of the Fei Lian. She said a few words, and then turned to Yi Xian. Now, all four of us will follow you. We have a common enemy, the demon sect. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can you tell me about this demon sect? The divine imperial goddess fell silent for a moment, and then she said, it's a terrifying organization formed by the Demon Race Alliance. They are madly collecting people and monster beasts with special bloodlines from countless worlds. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian. You'll be finished once they find out about your bloodline. The demon sect. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he asked after a while, why did they imprison you? The divine imperial goddess spoke indifferently. Their goal is to make all the monster beasts in countless worlds submit to them. We are unwilling to submit, so they imprison us here until we submit. Yi Xian smiled. How domineering! The divine imperial goddess said softly. There's something even more domineering. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next second, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the sky. The divine imperial goddess looked at the sky with a hint of solemnity in her eyes. It's coming! At this time, the azure sword in Yi Xian's left hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the divine imperial goddess looked at Yi Xian deeply, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. There was only one way to deal with Yi Xian, and that was to kill him as soon as he drew his sword. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked down at Yi Xian below, and his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. It really is a special bloodline. Special bloodline. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man, and was about to speak. However, the middle-aged man suddenly clawed at Yi Xian with his right hand, and an extremely terrifying force swept down. Seng Wu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Because the middle-aged man wasn't just targeting Yi Xian, he was targeting everyone here. Seng Wu immediately said, Young Master Yi, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the woman that Yi Xian's sword had nailed hadn't left, and she was staring fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. Help me block it for a while. My sword has to fly for a while longer. The divine imperial goddess glanced at Yi Xian. Can't you make your sword fly a little faster? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. It's too fast. They can stop it. The divine imperial goddess was speechless. She tapped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure shot into the sky before she smashed her fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the space here seethed while strands of powerful energy surged incessantly towards the surroundings. The divine imperial goddess returned to where she stood with a calm expression on her face. The middle-aged man glanced at the divine imperial goddess. Divine imperial goddess, the sect master admires you, and that's your fortune. Yet you don't know what's good for you, and actually refused to submit. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. How foolish of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward. Bang! As soon as his foot descended, the space above Yi Xian shattered. In the next moment, an enormous foot that could hold up the sky suddenly stomped down. In an instant, the space in an area of a few million kilometers had been split into an enormous spider web, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. The divine imperial goddess pondered deeply for a moment, and then she opened her palm. A strand of flames suddenly shot into the sky from her palm. Bang! In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of flames, and the enormous foot was wrapped tightly by the flames of the divine imperial goddess, unable to move an inch further. In the sky, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes slightly. He suddenly vanished on the spot, and then he smashed his fist towards the divine imperial goddess. A ferocious look flashed in the divine imperial goddess's eyes. She suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, a strand of flames shot into the sky. She directly took it head-on. Boom! A loud noise suddenly resounded in the sky, and then a sea of flames spread out in all directions. The entire sky instantly turned into a sea of flames, as if it was a purgatory. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Imperial Beast. Why don't you do anything? The two beasts looked at Yi Xian in confusion. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, the beasts are very prideful. Under normal circumstances, when two beasts fight one-on-one, the other beasts won't gang up on them, unlike you. Xiao Ta hurriedly stopped as he spoke. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, No, absolutely not. Their way of thinking and thinking can't be tolerated. We have to change it. Xiao Ta said calmly, It can't be changed. The beasts are very principled. Asking them to gang up on someone is an insult to them, a great insult. They will never do it even if they are beaten to death. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and in his palm, there were 10 drops of blood essence. He looked at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Imperial Beast. Kill it, and these are all yours. The two beasts hesitated for a moment, and then shook their heads. Another 10 drops of blood essence appeared in Yi Xian's palm. Kill it, and these are all yours. The two beasts looked at each other, and in the next moment, they charged forward as if they were on steroids. Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and then said, You're too hasty. Chapter 21:13. A group fight. One had to admit that the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho were very strong. As soon as they joined the battle, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up. A few breaths later, the middle-aged man's body was shattered. After he stopped, the middle-aged man said angrily, You actually ganged up on me. The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at each other, and they were slightly hesitant. Ganging up on me is indeed a bit dishonorable. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man roared angrily, Despicable. Shameless. Ganging up on me, where's your face? Where's your face? The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. What's the use of my face? As he spoke, he looked at the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho and asked, What's the use of my face? The two demon beasts fell silent. Strictly speaking, my face doesn't seem to be of much use. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Since you're talking about my face, then let me ask you, your cultivation is so high, but mine is so low, yet you want to kill me. Where's your face? The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Human. Yi Xian laughed. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, I'll fight you one-on-one. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. You can repair your body now. I promise not to attack. And they won't attack as well. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian said. I can swear to the heavens that if I attack you while you're recovering, then let 1,000,000 swords pierce through my heart and I die. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, You're a swordsman, I believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged, and was about to repair his body. But at this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang! The middle-aged man's soul was directly locked. All the demon beasts. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he looked at Yi Xian and roared. Human, you said you wouldn't attack. Not only did you attack, but you also launched a sneak attack. Yi Xian frowned. Did I attack? I didn't. The middle-aged man was also stunned, because Yi Xian really didn't do anything just now. If it wasn't Yi Xian who did it, then who did it? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think too much. This was because Yi Xian's sword was frantically absorbing his soul. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said resentfully, Human, you'll pay a terrible price for your despicable actions. As his voice faded, his soul was completely absorbed. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword returned to his hand. He looked at the 3 demonic beasts at the side, and they were all silent. Yi Xian laughed. Do you think I'm despicable? The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho nodded. In the world of demon beasts, everyone liked to be straightforward. They really didn't like people like Yi Xian who played dirty. The Divine Oracle looked at Yi Xian. I don't like your behavior. Yi Xian laughed. I don't need you to like me. Then, he looked at the 3 demonic beasts. I finally know why you've been locked up for so many years. You're not as strong as them. And you don't even use your brains. With your brains, You should be locked up until you die. The divine oracle narrowed its eyes. What do you mean? Yi Xian said coldly. Let me ask you, are you as strong as the monster religion? The divine oracle was silent. Yi Xian continued. Do you have more people or the monster religion has more people? The divine oracle was still silent. Yi Xian laughed. You don't have more people, and you're not as strong. Let me ask you, what do you have to fight against them? The divine oracle was silent. Yi Xian smiled and opened his palm. 20 drops of blood floated in front of the wind soul beast and God Ho. You don't need to follow me. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Then he turned around and left. At this time, the other demonic beast, Fei Lian, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. I'll follow you. I'm shameless. Yi Xian laughed. Fine. With that, he brought the Fei Lian with him and walked away. On the other side, the woman who was being stared at suddenly said, You know nothing about the monster religion. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Please don't try to make your presence known. Thank you. Then, he disappeared into the horizon with the Fei Lian. The 3 demonic beasts of the divine oracle were silent. They didn't expect Yi Xian to give up on them so suddenly. After all, they were super demonic beasts, and many people wanted them to follow them. At this time, the divine oracle suddenly looked up, and the next second, the sky cracked open. Then, more than 10 shadows rushed out. The monster religion. The divine oracle's pupils contracted, and its right hand slowly clenched. At this time, an old man appeared in front of the divine oracle. He looked at the divine oracle and said, We're surprised that you can come out. After a moment of silence, the divine oracle said, Lian Qi, let's fight one-on-one. The old man named Lian Qi shook his head. There's no need for that. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts behind Lian Qi charged towards the 3 demonic beasts from the divine imperial family. Seeing this, the wind soul beast was enraged. How dare you gang up on me? Lian Qi said sarcastically, We're enemies. Do we need to talk about morality with you? What a joke. The wind soul beast. On the other side, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, are you going to give up on them just like that? Yi Xian smiled. What else can I do? Xiao Ta said, It's a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. There's nothing to pity about. My values are different from theirs. If we force ourselves to be together, everyone will feel awkward. Unlike you, Xiao Ta. You're shameless, and I'm shameless as well. There's nothing wrong with us being together. Xiao Ta. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. Not far from him, the space-time split open, and an old man walked out. It was Lian Qi. Behind Lian Qi were 12 strong monsters. Apart from them, there was also a giant cage. Inside the cage, Yi Xian saw the divine imperial beast, the wind soul beast, and the divine Ho. Captured. Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, the azure profound sword in his hand disappeared without a trace. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Lian Qi sized up Yi Xian and said, Special bloodline. Yi Xian said with a smile. Were you sent by the divine king? Lian Qi's lips curled into a sneer. What does he have to do that? Yi Xian was silent. Lian Qi continued. Do you want to come with me, or do I need to take you with me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I'll go with you. Lian Qi's expression was calm. You know your place. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Sir, can I exchange a move with you? Lian Qi stared at Yi Xian. Looks like you're not willing to follow me. Yi Xian nodded quickly. Just one move. Lian Qi said. Make your move. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was, and slashed at Lian Qi. Lian Qi's expression was calm, as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! A wave of sword light shattered and Yi Xian was knocked several thousand zhang away. As soon as he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Lian Qi was stunned. So weak. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be this weak. In the beginning, he was wary of Yi Xian. After all, it was this guy who destroyed the Divine King's divine soul and saved the Divine Imperial Court's people. However, he didn't expect this guy to be this weak. Was he too strong? In the distance, Yi Xian was still spitting out blood, as if he was going to die from vomiting blood. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian with a frown. "You're this weak?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Yes." Lian Qi glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. "You're wasting my energy. Take him away." Then he turned around. At this moment something strange happened. As if he felt something, his pupils shrank. Just as he was about to retreat, a sword pierced through his forehead. Boom! Lian Qi's body shook violently as his divine soul quickly dissipated. Lian Qi was confused. "Who?" Saying so, he turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "Who?" Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian. "It's not you?" Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "No." Lian Qi furrowed his brows and looked around. However, he did not sense anything. Lian Qi's eyes flashed with confusion. "Who is it?" Boom! At this moment, the Azure Profound Sword had completely absorbed Lian Qi. After that, the Azure Profound Sword disappeared. In the field, the experts of the demon religion looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Who is it?" The experts of the demon religion looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian kept scanning the surroundings. His eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, one of the experts from the demon sect said solemnly, "Retreat! Retreat!" Lian Qi was killed in a second, and they didn't even know who killed him. What's the point? At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through the head of the leader of the demon religion's experts. Boom! The divine soul of the demon religion's expert was instantly absorbed. The rest of the experts of the demon religion were shocked and retreated. They glanced around, and then looked at Yi Xian again. They found Yi Xian was also on the alert, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Not only was he on the alert, but he was also frightened, as if the next sword attack would be aimed at him. Not this guy. The experts of the demon religion's eyes were filled with doubt. In the cage, the imperial god looked at Yi Xian in silence. As a matter of fact, if the experts of the demon religion swarmed over, Yi Xian would definitely be finished, because Yi Xian's sword was to slash the future. As long as they could control Yi Xian during this period, Yi Xian would be finished. However, these guys didn't attack Yi Xian. Of course, it was also because Yi Xian's acting skills were too good. He was simply acting like an emperor. If she didn't know Yi Xian, even she would think that it wasn't Yi Xian who did it. At this moment, another expert of the demon religion died. At this moment, the experts of the demon religion's expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the remaining experts turned around and fled, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's expression returned to normal. He opened his palm, and the azure sword returned to his hand. He glanced at the three demons of the imperial god, and casually waved his hand, sending out a ray of sword light. Qi. The cage was destroyed. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and left. At this moment, the imperial god suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian, and patted her beautiful face. "From now on, I don't want my face anymore." Yi Xian. Xiaota. P.S. From now on, I don't want my face anymore. Begging for votes. 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 Chapter 21:14. Shameless. As soon as the divine oracle finished speaking, the wind soul beast and god ape nodded, expressing their shamelessness. As Yi Xian said, "What's the use of being shameless?" "Useless." Yi Xian thought about it, then said, "Are you sure?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Welcome to the Shameless Alliance." Shameless Alliance. In the end, he still decided to nurture some experts, and these demonic beasts in front of him were more suitable. With small pagoda and his own bloodline, nurturing these demonic beasts wasn't difficult at all. As long as he could train these monster beasts, it would be equivalent to having a few more helpers. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What realm was that old man at?" The divine oracle said softly, "Eternal Heart Realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Or the Eternal Heart Realm?" The divine oracle nodded. "Including that god king." He was also at the Eternal Heart Realm, but much stronger than the average Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian said solemnly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is also divided into strong and weak. In other words, this Eternal Heart Realm also has small realms, right?" The Divine Oracle said softly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is divided into 6 levels." 6 levels? Yi Xian facepalmed, a headache coming on. The Divine Oracle looked at Yi Xian. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Every time I hear about realms, I get a headache." The Divine Oracle didn't understand. "Why?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Tell me about the Eternal Heart Realm." The Divine Oracle said solemnly, "You should know that to reach the Eternal Heart Realm, one must absorb a great universe, and then refine a universe heart." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes," the Divine Imperial Court continued. "But Eternal Heart powerhouses can still continue to devour. Some powerhouses who have reached the Eternal Heart Realm, after devouring another cosmos, their cultivation will double, which is the 2nd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The strongest I have seen was a 5th-level Eternal Heart powerhouse, who devoured 5 supercosmoses. His heart of the universe wasn't just 1, it was 5 combined. Extremely terrifying." Yi Xian frowned. "You can do that?" The Divine Oracle nodded. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Because when he killed them just now, he'd even destroyed the heart of the universe. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to destroy the heart of the universe. But the problem was that his sword was the green profound sword. What kind of heart of the universe could block this sword? If he hadn't destroyed the other party's heart of the universe, wouldn't he have been able to absorb it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to rely on devouring the cosmic core to increase their cultivation. After all, devouring a cosmic core didn't just require a powerful fleshly body, it also required a powerful bloodline. Furthermore, it also required the cooperation of the cosmic core. His special physique and bloodline allowed him to devour. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, the Divine Oracle suddenly said, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xian laughed. "No. How could I possibly be thinking about something bad?" The Imperial God glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said in a low voice, "Lian Qi's death will draw the attention of the demon sect very soon. If I'm not wrong, they might dispatch experts at the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm very soon." Yi Xian asked, "That Lian Qi from before was at the 2nd level?" The Divine Oracle nodded. Yi Xian gazed silently at the green profound sword in his hand. "Can I kill a 3rd-level Eternal Heart expert?" Actually, he was slightly worried, because his future sever had an especially huge flaw, and it was that it would take a very long time before the outcome of his attack appeared. Moreover, if the other party attacked him during this period of time, then it would be quite a headache for him. If he didn't use the green profound sword to execute future sever, then he could use the green profound sword to defend himself. With the green profound sword to defend himself, then he wouldn't have to fear a 3rd-level Eternal Heart expert. But the problem was that it would be difficult to kill the other party if he didn't use the green profound sword. After all, some Eternal Heart experts possessed extremely terrifying fleshly bodies. Yi Xian had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the Divine Oracle suddenly said, "What's your plan?" Yi Xian looked at the Divine Oracle. "What level are you at?" The Divine Oracle answered, "2nd level." Yi Xian frowned. "You're at the 2nd level, and Lian Qi is also at the 2nd level. Why are you?" The Divine Oracle answered, "They ganged up on me." Yi Xian's expression became strange. So this guy was ganged up on. No wonder he chose to be shameless in the beginning. The Divine Oracle asked again, "What's your plan?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Cultivate and wait for them to come." The Divine Oracle frowned. "Cultivate?" Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Ape. "They are at the 1st level of Eternal Heart, right?" The 2 monster beasts nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Our top priority now is to improve our strength. Divine Oracle, you must reach the 3rd level. Wind Soul Beast and Divine Ape must reach the 2nd level." The Divine Oracle frowned. in this short period of time. At this point she suddenly stopped. She thought of Xiaota. Yi Xian looked at the divine oracle. My blood can help you, right? The divine oracle nodded. Yes. Your bloodline is very special. It's a great temptation to us demonic beasts. Yi Xian asked. How much blood do I need? The divine oracle was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a white jade bottle appeared in front of the divine oracle. Try it first and see if it's enough. The divine oracle nodded. Okay. With that, she immediately returned to the small tower. The divine oracle sat on the ground and opened the white jade bottle. She poured a drop of blood into her mouth. Boom! As soon as the drop of blood entered her body, the divine oracle's pupils shrank. The blood in her body suddenly boiled and a powerful aura rushed out from her body. Kaboom! In an instant, the space around the divine oracle was boiling. Xiaota's voice suddenly sounded in the divine oracle's mind. Miss, you must reach the 3rd level or even the 4th level as soon as possible. The divine oracle frowned. Why? Xiaota said. Because that's the only way you can stay by the young master's side. If your speed of improvement is too slow, the young master will leave you behind in no time. When that happens, you will leave him. Before you, he had many women by his side, but none of them could keep up with him. Most of them couldn't keep up with him and left. The divine oracle was silent. Xiaota continued. Maybe you're thinking, what's so special about following him? Am I right? The divine oracle nodded. Small Tower said in an indifferent voice. Young master himself is rather an idiot. But he has a tower. Do you know me? I've been cultivating inside Xiaota for 10 years. But it's only been a day outside. If you can stay here and cultivate for a while longer, hee. The divine oracle was silent. Xiaota continued. If you want to stay by his side, you have to be very powerful or keep up with him. Otherwise, you will be forgotten soon. The divine oracle suddenly said. If you think he's an idiot, then why are you still following him? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said. Don't talk so much. The divine oracle was speechless. Aside from Xiaota, Yi Xian gave the 3 beasts some blood essence and let them cultivate inside the tower. Yi Xian took a look around, then turned around and disappeared. Not long after, the space where Yi Xian was standing suddenly trembled. The next second, the space seemed to be cut open by a pair of scissors. Then a man in a white robe walked out. After the man walked out, he glanced around and frowned slightly. After a very, very long time, the man opened his palm, and a command token appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the command token suddenly vanished. As the token disappeared, the man said softly, Come out. There was no response. The man looked to the right. Come out. Still no response. The man shook his head. The young man with the sword is wearing a cloud blue robe. At this moment, a man slowly walked out. The man was none other than Yi Xian. In fact, he never left. He was waiting for the powerful cultivators from the monster sect to come, because he knew they would definitely come. Yi Xian looked at the man. You found me. The man looked at Yi Xian. Your cultivation level is low, but your strength is very strong. You're not walking the normal path. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. To him, he would drag it out as long as he could because his sword would need to fly for a while. After a moment of silence, the man said, I can't live. Am I right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The man looked at the scabbard in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, You dared to wait for me here, which means you have the confidence to kill me. There is no sword in your scabbard, which means you've already drawn your sword. Am I right? Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. I've encountered an expert. If the man is on guard, then it will be very difficult for me to kill him with my future slash. If I can't kill him with my future slash, then I'll be in danger. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled. You're silent. Your gaze is lowered, and your left hand is holding the scabbard tightly. This is a sign of being on guard. In other words, you're on guard against me. In other words, you're not confident that you can kill me with your previous attack. Yi Xian looked at the man and smiled. You took out a token as soon as you arrived. If I'm not wrong, you're calling for help. And you're calling for help because you're afraid. Now that you're telling me this, it proves that you're even more afraid. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before you arrived, I did draw my sword. Let's make a bet. Let's bet whether my sword can take your life. Do you want to bet? The man looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence he smiled. What's the bet? Yi Xian blinked. Your life. The man smiled. Only my life? What about yours? Yi Xian smiled. The third level of the eternal heart realm can't kill me. The man sized up Yi Xian and nodded slightly. If the third level of the eternal heart realm can't kill you, then what about the fourth level of the eternal heart realm? As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body. The fourth level of the eternal heart realm. At this moment the man smiled. Your eyes are narrowed. At the same time, there's a trace of seriousness in the depths of your eyes. Obviously you're not so confident. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Yi, I bet that your sword can't kill me. Chapter 21:15. Yi Xian glanced at the man and smiled. You're that confident? The man smiled. I was slightly fearful, but Brother Yi gave me confidence. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and chuckled. I'm slightly looking forward to Brother Yi's attack. Yi Xian took a deep glance at the man. You win. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. The man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. He left just like that? Could it be that I overestimated him? The man looked towards the distance, and his frown grew deeper after a short while passed. Because he noticed that Yi Xian had really left. The man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he was just trying to scare me? Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared before the center of his brows. The man's expression instantly changed drastically, and a powerful force converged between his brows. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and the man was instantly blasted almost 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, the center of his brows suddenly split open, and it split open extremely swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the man's entire body seemed like a piece of porcelain that had suffered a heavy blow, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Only his soul remained. However, another sword appeared at this moment. It wasn't the green profound sword, because Yi Xian exerted 2 sword moves in total at the beginning. The green profound sword was merely the first attack. The second attack was the final attack. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this attack, and then he tapped lightly with his right hand. In an instant, the space where his finger descended started to ripple, and then countless strands of powerful soul energy swept out from between his fingers. Bang! Yi Xian's attack was blocked, but the man's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needles in the next moment. This attack carried a special energy that targeted the soul. A single strike to the soul. Bang! The man's soul instantly retreated explosively, and his soul was almost translucent when he stopped moving. The man didn't hesitate at all to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Flee. He knew that he had to flee right now. He would definitely die if he was a moment slower. As soon as the man disappeared, Yi Xian appeared in his original position. He looked at the sky and frowned deeply. He didn't expect that even after slashing the future twice, he still wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. An expert at the third level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Yi Xian was silent. The opponent was weak? No, his opponent was not weak at all. If the other party chose to make the first move, he might not be able to block it because he had already used the green profound sword to execute the one sword to sever the future. Even if he used the green profound sword to defend, he did not dare to say that he would be able to defend against his opponent's attack. Unfortunately, the man did not choose to attack directly. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand and shook his head. Just as Zhou Xing had said, he had to make the first move against a true expert, and he might only have one chance. If he couldn't kill or heavily injure the other party, He would be in trouble once the other party counterattacked. After a while, Yi Xian turned around and left. He still needed to improve. It wasn't a bad thing that he didn't kill the man this time, because if he were to directly kill that man, then the demon sect might directly send an expert at the 5th, or even the 6th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Judging from his exchange with the man just now, he was definitely not a match for experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man didn't die, which meant that there would be a buffer period, and he could use this time to improve his strength. On the other side, the man fled dozens of star fields before stopping. The man looked around, his eyes still filled with vigilance. After a while, after confirming that Yi Xian hadn't caught up, the man breathed a sigh of relief. The man frowned slightly. What a strange sword. He still had lingering fears when he thought of Yi Xian's 2 swords. Those 2 swords were really too strange. After a while, the man seemed to think of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The 1 sword to sever the future. A trace of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes. How did he do it? The 1 sword to sever the future. Against time? No. The man was very clear that the normal against time was fundamentally different from Yi Xian's sword. The normal against time could not pose a threat to him at all. After a moment of silence, the man said softly, "Interesting." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and began to repair his body. He didn't immediately return to the demon sect, because he found that things weren't so simple. Logically speaking, an expert of Yi Xian's level shouldn't appear in this kind of place. Moreover, he also found that Yi Xian's realm was very low. His top priority now was to investigate Yi Xian. Inside Xiaota, Yi Xian came to the front of the Divine Imperial Palace. After the Divine Imperial Palace devoured his blood essence, its aura was getting stronger and stronger. It shouldn't be long before it reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At this time, the Divine Imperial Palace opened its eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Was that person at the 4th level? Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace was silent. Are there a lot of 4th level experts in the demon sect? Yi Xian smiled. The Divine Imperial Palace shook its head. Not many, but not too few either. The higher the level, the harder it is to improve, especially for demonic beasts. There are too many restrictions for them to improve. Of course, once a demonic beast succeeds, its strength will be much stronger than a human of the same level. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "In other words, even in the demon sect, there are very few 5th and 6th level experts?" The Divine Imperial Palace nodded. "I understand." Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace glanced at Yi Xian. "Don't underestimate your enemy. Even a 4th level expert is very terrifying. Those who can reach the 4th level are definitely not ordinary demonic beasts." "That's true." Yi Xian smiled. The man just now had shocked him, especially his observation skills. This was also a wake-up call. This demon sect was not simple. The Divine Imperial Palace suddenly said, "What's your plan?" "Plan?" Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, "What else can I do? Of course, it's to improve my strength. Unfortunately, there are no Eternal Heart Realm experts." He shook his head. If he could get a few Heart of the Universe, his strength would increase greatly. The Divine Imperial Palace frowned. "Eternal Heart Realm? You're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes. Although I don't know why you're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts, I can point out a place where there are many of them." "What place?" Yi Xian asked. "Sky Demon Realm. It's a branch of the demon sect. There are at least a few Eternal Heart Realm demonic beasts there. The kind that aren't weak." Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "How do I get there?" The Divine Imperial Palace pointed with a finger. A white light entered Yi Xian's forehead. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian opened his palm. The azure profound sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment he disappeared. Sky Demon Realm. Inside Xiaota, the Divine Imperial Palace's expression became solemn when it learned that Yi Xian had arrived at Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian's sword had such a terrifying ability. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, a divine sense locked onto him. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The azure profound sword in Yi Xian's scabbard had disappeared. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled. Don't you know who I am? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Yi Xian. Yi Xian roared with laughter. That's right. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, why have you come to my sky demon realm? Yi Xian glanced behind the middle-aged man and said, If I'm not wrong, you're calling for help, right? A wisp of viciousness flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the entire sky to explode, and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian like a ferocious beast. In an instant, the surrounding space started seething. He decided to take the initiative. Because he knew that if Yi Xian appeared here, then either Yi Xian or he would die. However, his fist hadn't even gotten close to Yi Xian when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed out from the back of the middle-aged man's head. However, this sword had locked onto the middle-aged man and hadn't destroyed him completely. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's formidable force had instantly vanished as if it had never existed. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. Your sword, Yi Xian suddenly said. If you have anything to say it in your next lifetime. As he spoke, he opened his palm. The middle-aged man's body suddenly exploded apart, but his heart slowly floated over to Yi Xian. The core of the universe. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Meanwhile, he suddenly gazed towards the distant sky. Two formidable auras were tearing through the sky and fleeing madly. They were the other two Eternity Heart Realm experts of the Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian put the core of the universe away, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then a shrill scream resounded from the depths of the hole. A short moment later, Yi Xian walked out, and there was another core of the universe in his hand. The core of the universe. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at it. I still let an Eternity Heart Realm expert escape. What a pity. However, he had no other choice. Eternity Heart Realm experts weren't weak. In that situation just now, he could only choose to chase after one of them. It was very difficult to kill both of them with a single strike. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xian entered Xiaota. He looked at the two cores of the universe in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't hesitate to devour one of the cores. Bang! As soon as the core entered Yi Xian's body started to tremble violently, and then a formidable force surged out from within him. In an instant, the surrounding space started to boil. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to absorb the core of the universe madly, and his aura skyrocketed. P.S. Number 15 erupt. This time, I'm going to blind your eyes. I'll let you know a different boss egg. Chapter 21:16. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiaota, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the second level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiaota, do you know what's going on? Xiaota was silent for a long time before saying, You have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiaota sighed. Young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it. You can increase by one level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously. I think it's reasonable. Xiaota was silent for a long time before saying, Young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head. Yi Xian, Xiaota continued. And there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. According to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. My current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Troublesome? Young master. I suddenly realized the difference between the first generation and the second generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life. But you, F*CK, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F*King crawling. Also, you think it's uncomfortable. When it spoke up to hear, it paused for a moment and said, If I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him, and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King. Yi Xian said indifferently, You don't have a son. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe. Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by one level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the eternity heart realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although Yi Xian wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, No. Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. No. Xiao Ta said indifferently, Young master, in your heart, is master very bad? Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, Master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind, if you bully him, he will exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian said with a smile. Father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent, the kind that you couldn't beat no matter what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Yes. Tianming. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. He was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming, Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her. After saying that, she paused and said, Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and Master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Yi Xian said seriously, I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all 3 of them fight together. After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, In terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you. Yi Xian. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the 4th stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance. Time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies. He was afraid of not having time. And this one-sword slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shen Zhao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are? The Shen Zhao said in a low voice, If you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them? After a long silence, the Shen Zhao said, To the ancient demon realm. Yi Xian said with a smile, Show me the way. After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient demon realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon, he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the fourth stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were two mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these two were actually at the fourth stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. 3 at the fourth stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you surprised?" Yi Xian laughed. "Do you think I'm surprised?" The man glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword was in the sheath. In other words, Yi Xian didn't use his sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I thought your monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm." The man smiled. "Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect?" Yi Xian replied with a question. "Do you know much about me?" The man nodded slightly. "According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You only investigated one?" The man looked at Yi Xian. "Not just one." Yi Xian laughed. "How should I address you?" The man smiled. "Yunchuan." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yunchuan, you knew that I would come. So, you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yunchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right?" The man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian continued. "Now Brother Yunchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it." Yunchuan smiled. "Yes," Yi Xian said again. "Then does Brother Yunchuan want to know the power behind me?" Behind Yunchuan, an old man suddenly said, "Yunchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us, and then get away." Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid." Yunchuan smiled. "I wonder who is the power behind young Master Yi." He didn't think that Yi Xian was fooling him, because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "Have you heard of the 3 Swords Alliance?" Xiao Tao was speechless. Yunchuan frowned. 3 Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. "Haven't heard of it?" Yunchuan hesitated and shook his head. "No." Yi Xian smiled. "Looks like Brother Yunchuan's level is still not high enough." Yunchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice, "Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sect's power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the 3 Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the 3 of us." Saying that, he was about to make his move. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword floated slowly to the old man. "Old man, you're a 4th degree realm expert. You must be very knowledgeable. Come take a look at my sword." The old man waved his hand. "Old man, if you don't take a look, old man will kill you." Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it! Where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yunchuan suddenly said, "Stop!" Hearing Yunchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yunchuan. Yunchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yunchuan suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Who forged the sword?" Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think?" Yunchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yunchuan looked at Yi Xian. I've never heard of the Three Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yunchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the grudge between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yunchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The grudges between us have to be settled, don't you think so? Yunchuan remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the power of the Three Swords Alliance. Yunchuan took a look at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance that if I don't go, I'll let the 3 swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance be destroyed. Xiao Ta. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.